Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Warning. Some viewers may find the following stream interesting. Viewer discretion is advised.
Basically, what you're trying to say is that you can't control it. I'm not
So,
say that the whole bloody shit.
yeah.
It's the wild colour scheme that freaks me. I mean,
Hello.
when you try and operate one of these weird black controls which are labelled in black on a black background, a small black light lights up black to let you know you've done it. What is this? Some kind of intergalactic hyper...
Welcome in, Tubby. Good to see you. Ironically, what I was saying is, I need to refund some of Morgan's monies because Morgan Freeman was about to do his thing. We're about to get the viewer discretion screen, and I switched into this one. So some might say, cut him off in his prime. So I do apologise, Mr. Freeman. We can talk later about contracts and stuff. But how are we doing, everybody? Good to see you. Obviously, we're starting strong today. You know, had some audio issues, had some phishing issues, but we don't have cookie issues. You know, sometimes you just have a hankering for something. And today I had a hankering for choc chip cookies. I had to run to Dollar General anyway to get some bits and pieces. So while I was in there, I was like, aha, I'm going to grab some cookies. All right, so today's prediction. Oh, we have a bit of dissent in the camps. 63% thought Twitch, 6% thought Mario, 30% thought something else. So without further ado, because nobody likes ado, let's check on which shirt I'm wearing today. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness, don't talk to strangers. Family safety. There we go. Because, you know, you never really know who you're talking to if you don't know the person, okay? I get the irony of don't talk to strangers. Hey, wait, you're on Twitch and people come in, you have no clue who they are, and then you start chatting to them. So I do get how, you know, you might be thinking there's mixed messages here. But anyway, today's option or prediction is something else. It's definitely not Twitch, definitely not Mario. It is something else. So here we go. GG's to those winning some points today. Hear you now. Good. Hello. Hey, Bear. I had a hankering for a bit. Did you now? Well, I'm glad I can satisfy that need, Melint, because, you know, I'm all about satisfying you. I hope everybody's having a great Wednesday, a great hump day, if you will. Nerdwino's live, isn't he? I forgot about that. You're doing an early one. Why didn't I get notification? Oh, there it is. So I get a Twitch notification on my phone when Festo Friendos go live. And I saw 4 minutes ago, Twitch told me he went live. So he's just live. But let's get a little clipperoonie to sway you to heading over to the former NASA scientist, now has the best space stream on the platform.
Rocks, absolutely. All these people. It's great. Lots of geologists here on Twitch, actually.
Maybe there is life here as well. Now, naturally, organics can be produced through chemical means, and in this case, NASA did not provide more details about what kind of organic molecules, but for now, these are definitely super exciting signs.
Earthquake?
But
really?
there is also something that's really strange.
Oh, yeah.
And potentially
Oh,
hints
shit,
at
there's an earthquake
not
nearby.
life. And you see it right there.
An earthquake during the stream. Whoa. And somebody clipped it. Look at that. Scary stuff, those earthquakes. Anyway, there's an announcement today on Nerdwino's stream. There's an announcement coming out of the NASA camp. And Nerdwino had a prediction on his stream last night about what they might be announcing. So, definitely check out Nerdwino this morning. He's probably going to have the live feed open of the announcement so we can see what's going on. Tatum, how are you doing? It's a Wednesday, so unless you have a day off, you must be working today, Tatum. Are you heading to the job site? It's a bit early for lunch. We will expect to discover later the contents of Tatum's lunchbox. Probably need to reword that. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. Didn't stream yesterday. I know some people were a bit upset. I got, people messaging me going, you should just go live now. You are so selfish. But, I kind of had stuff to do yesterday. So while I hopefully will be doing Monday to Friday soon, it's still Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday currently. Yep, in the work truck, heading to the next job site. Hope all is well with your... It's all good so far, Tatum. We've already ironed out a few technical issues, and we're barely 17 minutes into the stream. So, always good to see you. Okay, so last stream, we did some chopping and changing and did some audio updates and fixes and stuff. And with the help of Ice Bear Bear, managed to resurrect the song request. Words are hard today. The song request command. So now subscribers once again can do SR and the song they want, and it'll appear in the queue and play it next. So we have that. I'm currently working on, which is not working yet, but I'm almost there, I think. I'm working on a remove command. So when you do an SR and then suddenly you're like, wait, I asked for Baby Shark. Why is it playing Gangnam Style? You can do a remove and then resubmit your request. That's the plan anyway. At the moment, it's challenging getting it working. I do have a fallback plan. Thanks again to Ice Bear Bear for the potential fallback plan. But at the moment, I think I am 97.18% there. So if I can manage to get it to 100%, hopefully on Friday, Friday's stream, we'll be able to test it out. I feel like these captions are off. Yeah, they're off, aren't they? All right, put it on today's fix list. Slow Song the Knox. I don't know that one. All right. Well, that's how we discover new music, right? By other people coming in and going, hey, listen to this one. Get it, Mohammed. Okay. So now Balint's got that out of his system. Let's have a listen to Ice Bear Bear's request. Darren, how you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Hump Day, as they say. See, we always have I have a discussion with Balint over this. He's like, why is it called Hump Day? And I'm like, because it's like the hump of the work week, and you're kind of over the hump. And so, you're heading now towards towards the weekend. And he's like, yeah, but the day's not over yet. So really, technically, you're not really over it, are you? It's just the day that you get over it. And it's a whole back and forth thing. And, you know, I feel like we might have a panel on Twitch at TwitchCon about it someday. But yeah, for now, I'm going to wish people happy Hump Day. I get so confused. I'm easily confused. That's the problem. I'm too easily confused. So, Jern Jam. Jern Jam is coming up in 4 days, 8 hours, and 9 minutes, according to that countdown. Anybody excited? Yeah, buddy. I'm excited. If you spell it wrong, you won't get the link. If you spell it correctly, there's no telling what can happen. There we go. Get over it, the hump. I'm trying, Tatum. Are you partaking in the game, Jam? Indeed I am, Darren, yes. Very excited. Tatum is too. Tatum's participating in it. Balint from Science Streams and Irish John Games are co-hosting it. We have a look. I think there's like 3,000 people now joined or something. Just keeps going up and up and up. 94. I remember when it was in the 40s and Jern said, you know what, this might be the biggest one we've had yet. I don't remember there being 40-something people before. 94. And it hasn't even started yet. Can we break the magic triple digits? Can we get to 100 joined? We'll see. So if we scroll down here, these are the themes, but we've already lost the Lost theme, okay? That's already been ruled out by Irish John Games. I'm hoping today, or at least this week, we're going to knock another one off of this list. And then we should be left with the remaining 3. And the theme will be chosen from those 3. So, yeah, there we go. Open to everyone, may work solo or in teams of up to 4. I always fly solo just because of my crazy schedule. It's not that I don't play well with others. I just don't really have the opportunity to play well with others. Yeah, because I have a crazy IRL situation, so I can't say, okay, yeah, let's get together and let's do this and let's do this at this time. I never know what time I'm going to have free, so I will stream what I can stream of it over the following 2 weeks when it starts on Sunday for me. September the 14th at 6 p.m. my time. So, yeah, Sunday evening it's going to kick off. And then Monday we can actually start streaming the stuff. Yeah. And obviously Ocular Malice, we always joke about he copies my ideas and jam stuff. So at some point we might see Ocular Malice in those streams and go, oh, that's a good idea. Yes, let me put that in mine. That's my brother's birthday. Is it? Interesting. 14th is your brother's birthday. Well, do you know, the 22nd, Tatum, so still during the jam, is my older brother's birthday. And then 2 days after that, September the 24th, Mrs. Gamey's birthday. All the September birthdays, 14th. Nice. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm sure Mrs. Gamey won't mind on her birthday when she's like, oh, can we go and do this? Can we go out for a meal? Can we do this? And I'm like, slow your roll. You do know the Jern Jam is on, okay? You do know it's running. You do know I'm on a time crunch here and that I have a game that I need to get submitted by the 30th. So, you know, we can maybe just like pause the birthday celebrations for this year. We can celebrate again next year. It'll be fine. I mean, she'd understand that, right? It seems like something that could totally not get divorced over, maybe. All right, so yeah, 2 weeks. Well, it says 2 weeks. It's actually 16 days, 14th to the 30th. So 2 weeks and 2 days, and prizes from these lovely, lovely sponsors down here. Look, all the lovely sponsors. I mean, you'd never guess who the co-host of it was based on the size of this image, but yeah, you see, I think it's based on how important people are to Balint. Okay, how big the image is. So obviously, you know, nobody loves Balint more than Balint, so he has a huge image, and then, you know, everybody else mostly has the same size image. But then Chris and Tony West, you know, he loves the West brothers. So, yeah, what can I tell you? Sounds completely reasonable. Good luck with that. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to need more than good luck if that's the track I take, which wouldn't be a good track to go down. On birthdays, Jern Jam counts twice. Oh, between you and me, I did actually get Mrs. gave me another gift today. I have a gift bag like this, and so far, well, up until this morning, there were 2 items in it, but I did get another one this morning, so now there are 3 items. And it's not just a sweetener, just because the Jern Jam is on then, and no, totally not that. It is because I love her so much that I want to shower her with gifts, okay? And I don't mean animated gifts, because that would just be weird. All right, so that'd be the Jern Jam. And today, I know my weekly schedule that probably nobody sees anyway, says that I'll be doing Rescue Ball all week. And I know that Monday, the only game dev that we did was kind of testing, pre-jamming, if you will, because you can't start the actual project until the jam starts. I think we're going to do some more pre-jamming today. 73.8 Fahrenheit. 74% humidity. Sweaty Betty. Yeah, so we're probably going to do some, if we get to the game dev portion of the stream today, which hopefully we will, it's going to be some more pre-jamming stuff. 106? Bear, what happened? I feel like it was only like in the 120s not so long ago, and now suddenly we're at 106. Is that correct? Whoa, Tatum's doing his redemption. 51 days to Halloween. There it is. Now, Ice Bear, looking at those 2 countdown redemptions, had an idea to do one for my celebration stream week. I think what I'm going to try and do instead is maybe just have something on the ending scene, possibly. Maybe on this scene too that just comes up occasionally. Put it on a timer that comes up and says, oh, don't forget celebration stream weeks, blah, blah. Rather than having an actual countdown, I think I'll just say, look, this is when it is. We have those 2 countdown redemptions, and originally I said I was only going to have one, the Christmas one, and then we said, okay, well, since we love Tatum so much and he loves Halloween so much, let's go and do a Halloween one. And so, yeah, I think we'll probably not have a countdown on that, but we definitely need something, so I'm with Bear on that. We're going to need a bigger bag. I mean, joking aside, I might. We'll have to see. If I add any more things to it between now and, yes, 2 weeks today. Yeah, I've got another 2 weeks if I want to put anything else in the bag, but the bag is a little bit full right now. Not least because the biggest gift is a figurine, and it's quite a tall figurine. So, but shh, she might be watching. She's at work, so she shouldn't be watching. But anyway, but yeah, I like the Jaws reference, Tatum. Rescue Ball, yes, Rescue Ball is I don't know if we're going to see Rescue Ball this side of the jam, to be honest. Because Saturday, Sandbox Saturday, I've got a special treat. Well, I feel like it's a special treat. You might be like, meh. I know I said I wasn't going to do any more redemptions, and it might not be a redemption, and it's almost not game dev related, which, you know, some people might say, well, it's a game dev stream. Why aren't all your redemptions game dev related? I think sometimes it's nice just to go a little bit outside that box and just have what's hopefully a fun redemption. But it might not even be a redemption. We'll have to see. November. I know it seems like it's been 10 years coming, but in November, new Stranger Things season, final season, launches. And I thought it might be cool to do something around Stranger Things. Whether it'll be a redemption, whether it'll be a command, whether it'll be something that happens, gets triggered by something on stream. I'm not sure yet. I mean, we already have some Stranger Things audio that people probably don't realize. I think if you type like chime or clock or something like that, I think they're keywords that trigger Stranger Things sounds, but I thought we might go one step further, and on Saturday we'll look up green screen stuff for Stranger Things, to see if we can get inspired by something that's out there. Spooky, scary skeletons. I like that. Good choice, Duke. It's not clock. Maybe it's chime. Oh, there it is. Anybody that's seen the last season of Stranger Things will appreciate that sound effect. I thought it was clock as well. Let me have a look. Hang on. Do-do-do. Oh, it's grandfather clock, not just clock. Because, you know, if anybody happens to type grandfather clock in chat, as obviously, you know, it's a common phrase, isn't it, that comes up. Yeah. I believe this is season 5 that's about to launch in November, Duke. So we've had 4 up to now. Some would argue they maybe should have stopped at the end of season 1, season 2. But no, we're about to have season 5. And while I enjoyed the last season, I don't really know how this one's going to go, given that, you know, they started off, they were young kids riding around on bikes. And now I feel like, I don't know, they might be like old folk on Harley Davidsons. It's been that long. But, you know, Wednesday took forever to launch, didn't it? Where some people were saying maybe they should call it Thursday. And they decided they're going to launch Wednesday in 2 sections. So we watched the first 4 episodes, and I think we are 1 or 2 into the second set of 4 episodes, but we haven't completely finished Wednesday yet. So no spoilers. Captain Krabs is in the house. How you doing, Captain? Good to see you. Now anyone's fair game to kill. I mean, I'm curious to see what happens, but then the other half of me is like, nah, it's been too long. Because I started watching Cobra Kai. Does anybody watch Cobra Kai? Anybody into Karate Kid? So I enjoyed the first Karate Kid movies, the OGs, if you will. And then they said they were going to do this series, and I thought, oh, that just sounds like it's going to be full of cheese. This is actually an audio clip you can find on Ninja Gloppy's stream. Yeah, Ninja Gloppy has a redemption, I believe, where he has a dancing shark. And he has this audio. Actually, it might be Dancing Skeletons. Forget now, it's been a while since I used it, but I enjoyed Cobra Kai. Did you watch all of them, Captain? Because I watched like all the seasons up until the last one, and then I thought, well, it seems like it's going off the boil for a bit. And then it took them forever to release it, and I'm like, come on. And then they released it, and they released it in like what seemed like 17 sections. I think it was 3 different sections. The first time I've seen Netflix ever split anything into 3. And I just lost interest. I started watching the first episode of the new season. I'm like, what am I doing? I don't even really like this anymore. So, yeah, I definitely lost interest in it. And then after that, didn't they have something else? What was the other spin-off? Karate something, I feel like it was called. When it finished, there was another either show or movie or something, but I don't know. I've lost interest, so yeah, I won't be watching the last season. And I think for me, it was just too long between them. I think if they'd have released it sooner, I'd have still been like, I'd have still had the dojo hype, and I'd have been like, yeah, let's go, come on. But yeah, I lost interest. I've been watching Star Wars Andor. It's really good, in my opinion. Well, that's another thing, you see. I loved the original first 3 Star Wars movies they made. So we had A New Hope. We had, I always get them the wrong way around, so pardon me if I do, but Return of the Jedi, Empire Strikes Back. It's probably the other way around. But the first 3 movies I thought were great. And then the rest of the movies I wasn't really that into. The spin-off movies like Solo I watched, but wasn't really excited about. And I haven't watched. I mean, I'm not ashamed to say, because, you know, I watch what I want, but I haven't watched any of the seasons. I haven't watched The Mandalorian. I haven't watched Andor. I haven't watched any of the other 50 spin-offs that Disney did after they got hold of the IP. So, yeah. I mean, I still have a fondness for Star Wars as an IP. I just feel like, you know, it's getting so fragmented now, so diluted that I'm like, I'm losing interest as well. Empire, then Jedi. Thank you, Tatum. I don't know why I always get those the wrong way around. I guess it's not like I get Aliens 1, 2, and 3 the wrong way around, or, you know, something that has numbers in. Just the titles, I guess, would make sense more to me if I could remember the plot lines. Oh no, it's Wednesday and there's no Wednesday emote anymore. No, unfortunately, Wednesday and some of the other Halloween ducks had to take a back seat so we could get some of the new animated emotes in there, like the sad one that Ice Bear Bear is ably demonstrating there. And that actually brings me on to one of my other points today. The newest 3 animated emotes that we have. Ban, Bro, and Yes, I think are the latest 3. I do like the new ones. Okay, good. I'm glad you like them, Bear. Now let me do a Gigantify, like I normally do, and we'll work through them in turn. So we have the Ban animated emote, which subscribers can use, and use on any other channel too, not just in here. So feel free to go ham and use them elsewhere. It also gets visibility for the stream because people will hover over them and go, oh, what's that? And then, oh, Big Gaming, what's that? And then come and possibly maybe check me out. So there is that. So that's the ban one. And then we have a bro one, which I like, with the lovely pixelated fist bump. That one. Oh, they are numbered 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, but I mean, not in the title. It's not like, A New Hope 4, because that would just confuse people. Because it's the 4th movie in the series, but it's actually the first one that was made. So it's like, yeah. And then last, but in fact not least, because I'm not going to say I like them equally. I do have my favourites, but, you know, if you want to do somebody yeah, then we have the yes one in there as well. Crying face looks more like a jetpack. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, when you maximize it, it's clearer. They don't necessarily all scale well. But you know, maybe I should put jetpack in the description as well, and then if people are looking through their remotes looking for a jetpack, thought it was a bouncy castle. I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad everybody's given me such positive feedback on, you know, stuff that I thought you'd all like. So, do you know what? I like them. Like I say, it is on a sliding scale. Like one of my personal favorites. In fact, probably I can't say my favorite. One of my favorites is the one when you type bug in to try and find it. I do like this. I do like this one in particular. I think that's very well done. And then my other favorite. My other favourite I did in fact use on the starting scene today when I was getting a bit mad. It is in fact Rage. There you go, Bear has it. Yeah, I like how they're done. And the thing is, I mentioned it before, the developer, the creator of these emotes, I went into a chat with him and I said, look, you've got these 29 emotes in a pack, and I don't really want all of them. I don't really understand all of them. Some of them I've never even heard of. So he explained the ones that I hadn't heard of, and I'm like, well, if I haven't heard of them, I'm not sure how well received they're going to be. So I said, do you know what? It'd be nice if I could have these 3 in a pack that I could buy, and these 3 in a pack that I can buy, and, you know, and then I'm probably done, because he already gave me 3 free anyway from previous purchases. So, yeah, very nicely split them out, put them into a separate listing on Etsy, and I went ahead and bought them. It is whatever you want it to be, and yes, you can use your imagination. However, I did put things into the description, the name of the emote, that hopefully if somebody's searching for it, like if I go into the emotes and I just type lol, it brings up the laughing one. If I type in rage, you know, something that makes sense when people are searching. There we go. All right, so I'm going to do one of my favorite song requests. There it is. And it's not the Bongo Cats version that Dukasoft loves when Dukasoft comes in. Who was first in chat today? It was, in fact, the legend that is Belint from Science Streams, besto friendo of the channel. So let's see if shout-out clips are working today. Possibly. There we go. This is not an Irish John Game stream. I know it looks like
Vern,
it.
how's this?
I know there's a coaster, mask on Belint's face, and an Irish John Games coffee cup, and Irish John Games game in the background. But this is actually
not saying anything. Yes.
And the shirt. The shirt is also, in fact, Irish John Games merch, as is the cap.
And you'll get some Spice Melange!
Spice Melange! Do you know this song? Cartoons Witch Doctor. I don't know it from the title and the artiste. Maybe when it plays. Let's skip tracks to my song. And when this finishes, we will hear Duke's song and we'll see if I recognise it. Welcome in, Shark Geek. How are you doing? How the heck have I never seen that one? Well, it might be because Belint has 3002 clips. So, yeah. Yeah. Good morning. Happy Hump Day to our resident shark expert. I hope you're doing well. You know, you kind of hear songs and you're like, oh yeah, I'm over them now. I've heard them too much. I thought I might have hit that saturation point with this song, but I haven't. So I still quite enjoy this. He does have quite the library of clips going. I was actually surprised how many clips I have. I got shouted out in a stream the other day and a clip came up and I'm like, what? That is so old. I don't even know how I still have that clip. And then when I look back through, I'm like, wow, I have a lot of clips. I usually try to keep on top of them just so that there's not any, firstly, any junk clips in there. And what I mean by that is, you know, if you just press clip on this stream and then you're like, oh yeah, I don't want to clip it after all, and then you close out the window, it still creates a clip. Good job, Twitch. I don't know why you made that a thing, but anyway, so sometimes clips are made accidentally that I need to clean out. Also, you know, sometimes clips are made that I just don't like. I don't approve of, although I approve of 99% of things. So I just clear them out. Hola, señorita. How you doing, APOC? Welcome in. Are you having a good Wednesday, APOC? I mean, obviously it got, you know, considerably better once you showed up, but... The Duke! The Duke comes in with a steampunk title. Ooh, thanks. Did you like my accent there? Did you think for a minute you joined a Spanish stream? Is that where we went? That's a nice font. Well, here's the thing, Duke. I don't know if you were here when I explained it before. It's not just like text and a font. They are images. They are images that have to be automatically scaled based on how many letters are in the name of the person that redeems it. So, like, if I do it, then it's going to make the letters bigger because there's less letters in my name. So it has to scale it so it fits in the middle of the screen. Yeah, so they're actually, I think, either JPEG or, no, transparency, isn't there? So it'll be PNG files, PNG files. I'm seriously thinking about removing this redemption, just because I'm not happy with how it turned out. No audio? What? No audio on the Sega part. Oh, so there's audio on the rest of it, just not on the Sega part? Huh. Which is weird, because all the sounds play through... Oh, wait. That might be part of the media source. All right, I shall take that under advisement. I'll check that out afterwards. No audio on the Sega part. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that or not, Berlin. I'll see. I spent a lot of time trying to get it how I wanted and didn't get it how I wanted, so I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, there's no plops today. I'm still working on getting it to not lock up OBS. So, yeah. Plops will return, but there'll be no plopping on stream today. So, just the drop game for now. As always, the drop game could win you a free sub to the channel. Look, all you have to do is just do this and do a perfect landing like I'm about to do. And land right in the middle of the leaves and score 99 plus. And then...
Breaking news. The streamer is now in witness protection. Their name has been completely changed and their identity hidden for their own protection.
Hello. This is in fact Nit Pramy, not my real name as you can see there. I've given up trying to figure out why TTS, or the TTS for the breaking news scene, just seems to pick a voice at random. It's supposed to be a specific voice. I don't get why it uses a different one almost every time, seemingly. It's supposed to be like the old boy, sounding a bit like a newsreader, possibly. Oh, it's a good drop! Oh, so close, Duke. But yeah, I'm just gonna have a quick look and see if there's anything I can do or anything I've done that would make the voice be different every time. I don't believe so. See, all I do is I say it and it should use the voice alias of...
It should use the voice alias of newsreader. Mitt Cramey, that would be another one. Yep. Sounds like you might have a sulfur hexafluoride leak in your house. Is that what makes my voice deeper? I mean, hopefully not, but yeah. Shame. For shame. It was a good drop, though. Not many people even land in the splash zone, so to speak.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas. Step on the gas?
It will never be big lamey, even if you feel like that redemption is a bit lamey, because it does switch. I think there's a check in there, so it doesn't put the same letter back. So it'll take the B off a bit, and it doesn't change the last letter either, so it will never be big. Yeah. It just lops off the first letter, so it leaves it, Amy, and then it either puts one letter or two letters on the front. So possibly shamey. It's never going to put the SH on the front of it, though. I've managed to code around that and make sure it doesn't. So there is that. All right, that's a dense gas that makes your voice deeper. Okay, so hopefully we don't have any gas in this house. Yeah, I used to have a redemption where it was me blowing up the house with gas, and then I had a gas mask on, but that was a previous iteration of the stream. So there it is. Alrighty. So don't think I missed anything there. We've already passed the 10 o'clock hour for me, so Ice Bear, you know what time it is. Bear knows it's community shopping time. Oh yeah, I gave Lee beans. Yes, yeah, and there's probably old clips somewhere. Hello. Ah, sorry, Berlin. I'm sorry. You tried.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas. Step on the gas.
Sparky, welcome on in. Good to see you. Yeah, that's another loss, Berlin. That's 0 for 2. I mean, I appreciate your efforts, but yeah, they're not amounting to a hill of beans right now. See what I did there? Yeah. Happy hump day, Sparky. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you had a good day. Was it about tea time now for you? Possibly. Do. Oh, you had a boring meeting that made you yawn like Bagpuss. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Shark Geek, taking a look at my moobs. There we go. Don't talk to strangers. I still think that we need a redemption on Shark Geek stream, or he needs to switch up his socks redemption so that it actually switches to a webcam. And we have a sock cam, and you can actually see his socks. And then it could be redeemed a number of times on stream rather than just being once per stream and involve you doing yoga to show people your feet. Just saying. Go away. Go away. No. Thank you, Berlin. Saying I'm talking trash. I mean, we all know Berlin loves beans. It's his absolute favourite. Yeah, favourite food is beans. If Berlin was stranded on a desert island and only was able to have one foodstuff, it would be baked beans. Yeah, he'd happily eat those for the.
I thought I told you to turn that thing off. It is
I mean, you know. You can't silence what everybody already knows. So.
A few moments later.
Don't squash me, Steve.
Huh?
JD does dev wins. Welcome in, JD. How are you doing? Thanks for steving me up. Thanks for having him jamming on my head. Don't mess with my toot toot. I know you have another one. Now don't forget, anybody that subscribes, anybody that subscribed themselves can have a walk-on sound clip like that. And like I've said before, there's no obligation to subscribe, and there's no obligation to continue the sub. So even if you just decide to drop a sub for 1 month, you'll get a walk-on sound that you keep forever, even when you stop subbing. I don't take back stuff. No take backses. So yeah, just a heads up. We've got probably a dozen people now that have walk-on sounds, and not all of them still sub. So, you know, there it is. And if you tier 3, you get a video. I mean, I did actually create a spreadsheet the other day because, you know, doing spreadsheets is so interesting. So I did do a spreadsheet about different perks for different tiers. As I'm I'm not going to play on your heartstrings. I'm not fishing here for subs. And I love that people do sub. And it always amazes me that people want to sub. But, you know, maybe I just need to bump up the benefits for tier 2 and tier 3, because the most subs I've ever received in one stream was one of my earliest streams. Okay, so I've never received a tier 2 or tier 3, but my most tier 1 subs ever received was from Zinthouse. Now, I don't remember the last time we saw Zinthouse on this stream, but he came to one of my earlier streams when I first started streaming and dropped 50 subs. 50 gift subs. Can you imagine? I mean, if I got that now, I'd be blown away. But as a new streamer, to get someone come in and go, here, have 50 subs. And I knew about Zinthouse, and we kind of said hi in other streams, but it's not like we were besties or anything. And he just came in and he's like, whoomp, there you go. And I'm like, what? What? And I think I actually said, what? And there is a clip of that somewhere way back in the archives. So, yeah. But yeah, tier 3, get a video. Why not? Yeah, I mean, that's something I think that Balint just... See, it's supposed to pause the music and then come back after the clip, but I have it so that it doesn't play clips of me. So I just need to restart the music manually. Okay. Wow, indeed. Yes. Yes, that was very surprising. So I thought we had a cooldown on that. How are you requesting that again already, Balint? Okay. So I'll fix the Sonic Redemption audio on the Sega part for next time. I'll try and figure out what's going on there. Captions not synced for the Lee song, so let me start getting
Hey, Big Gimme, how's it going? Got any hardcore stuff today?
Pirate Claimer, and welcome on in. How you doing? Any hardcore stuff? Well, we're just about to get into the community shopping part of the stream where we look at the flash deals for the day. As far as assets gone free, let me see what we've had recently. So there's a developer who's called Code WE. Code WEE.
Hey Smikes24, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
I don't know if there's much activity today. How you doing, Smikes? Welcome on in. Thank you for that redemption. Yeah, so Code WE, I don't know if you saw those. The asset browser and component browser went free. But also, we do have this asset, if it's still free, because it went free yesterday. It's usually $5.99, but look, if you wanted to do something on your stream and say about rabbit holing, or if you wanted a funny cartoon character for the Jern Jam, this guy is normally $5.99, but he is in fact free for a little while. Is there music? Music's a bit quiet. No burbs. Yeah, no burbs and no hummingburbs today either. But the past couple of days, it's been a bit crazy. They've been like flocking around it, like a scene from a Hitchcock movie. Nice day though. Yeah, it is quite nice today. It's supposed to be 89 Fahrenheit, I think, highest. Oh, it's because the music is quiet. Okay, so can we get a 1 in chat if we want to crank the music up? Because we have been doing some audio changes recently. Maybe the music is not as loud as it needs to be. I don't want it drowning me out because I don't have audio ducking to silence it. But also, okay, so Balint thinks the music should be turned up. Anybody else? Sparky? All right. So let me see. I'm going to turn this track up, all right, and tell me if it's turned up enough. Is that good, or do we need louder? Which one of your gremlins shouted me out? I'm going to guess the only gremlin that's here at the moment. A bit louder. Is that loud enough without drowning me out? I mean, I don't want to be competing with the music, especially when we get some of the heavier rock tracks. I don't even hear it. See, we just get a lot of conflicting information when we have issues. All right, Sparky's saying that volume is okay. Yeah, because the audio capture that I'm getting Spotify through is already turned all the way up in the audio mixer. So the only thing I can do then is to... I wish I could turn down these doors. It's the mail truck. It comes every single day. Okay, so yeah, I'm already maxed out on the audio mixer, so the only thing I can do now is turn it up in Spotify itself, and it's kind of 85% up on Spotify, so it's kind of blowing my ears out a bit now, but, you know, as long as you can hear it. No, the post, M-A-I-L, but close, Malin. I hear music now, I'm way behind, refreshing. Okay, it's refreshing that you're way behind? Hi, way behind. I'm Badaki. I'm wearing headphones and the music was low. Okay. That rabbit is somewhat terrifying. I mean, I guess it depends what you do with it. You know, if you're working on maybe a game based on Donnie Darko, this might be ideal. I think maybe, you know, if they hadn't made the eyes look like they're cross-eyed, it might have been a bit better. Yeah, it's not even really like a cute, fluffy tail, is it? It almost looks ceramic, like you could have it standing, like a Bugs Bunny standing on your shelf. But anyway, you never know when you're going to need an apparently charming, stylized, low poly animated rabbit. Perfect for any game engine. I mean, that's great, but this is the Unity Asset Store, so I don't really need to say that. Compatible with built-in and ERP, but not Hadoop. A game based on Easter Bunny who eats children. Wow, Sparky, that went dark real fast, didn't it? I mean, yeah, you see, we have Sparky here for ideas. Because I probably wouldn't have thought of something like that. I don't even know where you'd be able to publish something like that, but anyway, yeah, it's definitely a game idea. Science Streams, can you redeem the bird cam? Do you want to hear Mr. Attenborough? Do you want to hear Mr. Attenborough say about the bird cam, and you want to hear him say Science Streams? Is that why, Turgus? Thank you for that follow, much appreciated. Speaking of followers, in October the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, we're going to have a week of me streaming to celebrate 1,000 plus followers. So, yeah, I'm going to have to take this off one of my ears. That's actually quite loud. I'm going to have to try and think how to get around
Streams,
that.
Thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Still at work. Thank you, Smikes. I think by the time we get to the celebration, it's going to be a little bit more than 1,000, but celebrating 1,000 plus, so there is that. Is there some particular reason that you wanted Malint to redeem that, Turgus? I'm confused. Hi, confused. I'm Badaki. Have a great time at work. I mean, obviously, you know, Clayman is having a great time at work because he's here with us. He's amongst friendos, so yeah, he must be having a great time. Glass animals, don't know that one. Oh, we just saw a car go by, so there we go. We haven't seen any birds or bees, but we have in fact seen a car driving by, so it makes me spending time setting up this redemption so worthwhile when you can see cars. Anyway, if I draw back this curtain a little bit further, I have a better view of the bird feeder, and then if I do see anything on there, like, I don't know, possums, squirrels, rats, birds maybe, hummingbirds. There's no telling what we'll see. I will give you a heads up. And maybe I need a button on my Stream Deck for the burb cam, so if I do see anything there, I can just press it and then straight away it'll bring it up. Must have been a liar car. Rare car bird. I don't have the points to spare. Oh, okay, Turgus. I mean, you know, I'm quite approachable. If you just say, you know, oh, could I have a quick look at the burb cam? I'm quite happy to give you a freebie. I'm not that much of a monster that I'm going to be like, no, sorry, save up your points. Use your points. How dare, right? Balint probably has 1 or 2 more points than most people here. But, you know, not as many as the streamer, which gets unlimited points, which is why I can just, like, randomly throw out Gigantifiers and Shoe Fly. And, you know, any of the redemptions for free. I spend so much here. I mean, yeah, you kind of do with your, you know, mostly TTS Ken lyrics. Yeah. But you know what you don't spend points on here, Balint, as a subscriber? You don't spend it on song requests because they're free for subscribers. So, yeah. And one of my other personal favourites, which I think Ice Bear Bear agrees with me on, is in fact not the Kids Bop version of Dance Monkey. That's 0 for 2, Balint. You've redeemed that twice. I'm really not sure about keeping it. It's glitchy. It doesn't work like I expected it to. I don't know. I'll have to see. Kids Bop, yes, the Kids Bop version of Dance Monkey. Do you know what? Why don't we just hear it? I'm not going to whiz past this song because this was Bear's request. But yeah, after this, we're going to hear the Kids Bop Dance Monkey. So, you chose a song with a banned keyword. Oh, no. Ryan denied. Sorry. Sorry, Balint. And I don't think I have it at the moment to remove the cooldown. So, yeah, an extra spanking is that now you've got to wait for the cooldown before you can try again. Yeah. All right, so this was $5.99. It is free, at least for now. If you want to get alerts about more free assets that used to cost money but are now free. For free. Thank you, Adam Sandler, from Bedtime Stories. For free. And there you go. Socials. There's even a socials link as well. And since we're in September, is there a subtember? There's a subtember command. Look. What? OM to the G. All the commands. Adam Sandler films are so good. Is it Opposites Day, Sparky? Is that what you're throwing at me there? Bedtime Stories was cute. Pixels I enjoyed. I can't actually think of another Adam Sandler movie that I enjoyed. Oh, well, could I please get VIP as a freebie? I mean, you know, I could redeem VIP, but that's going to give it to me, so yeah, it's that wouldn't really work. But nice try, Turgus. I guess you're just going to have to save at the points like I did on your stream when I got VIP. Yeah, so there is that. All right, Kids Bop. I don't know if there's any inappropriate words in the original song for this, because this is obviously the Kids Bop version, and they definitely like switch up words sometimes or leave words out that are not appropriate for kids. Murder Mystery was good. Never seen it. Never seen it. Never even heard of it. Murder Mystery movie. Murder Mystery, 2019. Out the corner of my eye, I thought this Luke Evans was actually Tom Hanks. And he actually looks a little bit like Tom Hanks' son. But anyway, follows a married couple who are caught up in a murder investigation on a billionaire's yacht. Hold up, Kizbot. I'm just going to have a quick look at this trailer. Murder Mystery was good. Jennifer Aniston was in it. Not the same without her voice. No, I agree, Bear. It's not quite the same. I think we're going to have the OG version after this. All right, and Uncut Gems was so good, so let's have a look. Although, to be honest, Bear admits, self-confesses that he likes to watch movies that everybody else doesn't like or don't like watching. So we'll see. Well, you don't stream that trailer. All right. Well, thanks for the heads up. I'm guessing there's some level of inappropriateness in it, but just take it from Bear. Uncut Gems is a good movie. Okay. Don't know how bad it is. Okay. Well, thanks. We won't take the risk then. Uncut Gems is good. Stressful film. I don't need stressful. Not a typical Sandler film. Alrighty. Well, we're going to skip past this. We're going to get You're Welcome. And then I'm actually going to request Why? What? There's nobody there. Let me grab a coffee and let them outside. I'll be right back. Escaminia is in the house. How you doing, Escaminia? I feel like this might be a good time to do a Clayman shout out. And you're like, wait, Escaminia just came in. Why are you shouting out Clayman? Because one of the funniest clips I think Clayman has Escaminia in it, kind of, sort of. Only if we get the clip. From Chat Ragdoll Racing.
Escaminia
Yes!
is stuck. Sir. Oh my god. He took too many steroids, is it?
What are the chances?
What are you doing? You're just chilling, bro. You're in the middle of a race. Wake up! Wake up, Escaminia!
Escaminia, wake up!
Yeah, this is not a time to take a nap, Escaminia.
Exactly.
Wake up! Just.
That's hilarious. Me doing great. How about you? Yeah, doing all right so far. We're going to do some pre-jamming in a little bit. Apparently my music needed turning up, and now it's blowing my ears off, so I think there we go. If I move it just a little bit more off of my ears, that's okay. I get to not hear it as loud.
Thank you so much, Ice Bear, for gifting a subscription to Tatum44.
What? Bear, that is way too generous. Thank you so much. Gifted 3 subs in the channel. Bear, you are too kind. Thank you so much. Always willing to help out when I have technical issues. We discuss streamer bot stuff, and you come in here and drop gifties as well. Thank you so much. I'm sure had Tatum not disappeared on the other screen, he would be thanking you about now, because Bear is a gem, and also Tatum is a gem, so we've got a gem gifting a gem. All the gems. So thank you so much. And now, you see, Tatum gets to use the subscriber, tier 1 subscriber emotes, also gets to use the animated emotes, gets to use them in other channels, not just this channel. Yeah. So, very generous, Bear. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. All right, let me scroll back. Did I miss anything? I saw Escaminia coming in. Balint saying something about me just watching stressful movies or something. Maybe, if I can find it. All you watch is stress movies. I don't just watch stress movies. I'm watching something at the moment on Netflix. It is called Two Graves. I get we're rabbit holing today, but you know, Tubby Crumbles says I'll never really do any actual game dev, so let's just play into that, shall we? All right. Sorry, Bon. I know some people call him John, some people call him Bon Jovi, but I'll just call him Bon because we're that close. So Bon, if you wouldn't mind just waiting a moment, we're just going to watch this trailer real quick. So it is not in English. It is in Spanish, I believe. But here's the trailer. I don't think there's going to be anything inappropriate in this, so we should be okay. She's just testing his reflexes. That's all she's doing. Just tapping his knee, seeing if his leg jumps in the air. Yeah, see, I don't know what you mean. I just watch stressful things. That's not stressful, Blint. But that's what I'm currently watching. I started it today. I'm one episode in, and it's a fairly low buy-in. I think there's only 3 episodes, but it's shaping up already to be pretty good. So, yeah, there we are. Yes, this is totally not stressful. See? I rest my case. I did just finish watching Betal. Has anybody watched Betal? Anybody that likes zombies? Betal. Official trailer. Sorry, Bon. I've got to do it to you again, but this is, if you like zombies, you might like this.
Hey Science Streams, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Yeah, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees. Berlin, well, we're about to watch zombies. Thank you very much. That really helps. I'm sure it was probably intentional because you're not a big fan of zombies and stuff. No, you'll play all the horror games and all the scary stuff in games, but you don't want to watch it. So let's just redeem that. Ban the zombies. I love the crunchy zombies. It just makes me think of the crunchy candy bar, chocolate bar, which I don't like. It actually gives me toothache. It's honeycomb. I don't know if there is anything equivalent. I guess there must be this side of the pond. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Nerduino was here. Nerduino would say, oh yeah, this bar here is just like a crunchy, but I haven't seen anything like it here. I don't watch stress. Oh look, and I guess it depends what you consider stressful, doesn't it? I mean, I think if you can differentiate between reality and not reality, then it's not really that stressful. But like I said, that kind of goes against what I said earlier. I don't want to watch the Adam Sandler stressful movie. I get that, but I guess the stressful and stressful. Zombies don't stress me out. I don't know. Maybe different things stress out different people. How about we just leave it at that? So in short, there's a tunnel that's blocked up. They try to unblock it, even though they've been advised that there's a curse that might fall upon them. So they clear it, and then this is what happens. It's like Dalgona in Korea, but with chocolate on. Oh, I didn't know it was from the Get Out people. I mean, it's very polished. The production value is very good. Looks really good. I enjoyed it. And again, there's only a few episodes. It's not a big buy-in. I think 6 episodes, maybe? That's pretty good. Alrighty. So, we still have Bear with us. If Bear hasn't gone to take a nap in the fridge yet, then it might be community shopping time to take a look at the Unity Asset Store flash deals for the day. Assets up to 80, that's 80, not yet, good. 80% off. There is a zombie series on Netflix called All of Us Are Dead, which is a good zombie one. I think I've seen that. Is it Korean? Maybe, possibly. I think I might have seen that one. All right, so I did buy an asset yesterday. I bought one asset, Bear. I don't know if you saw, I mentioned it in the lounge on Discord. It was the asset that I think was $3.46 maybe, and it was a skinned mesh combiner, which seemed pretty good. So if you have like, I'm assuming that Cinti models are structured like this as well. If you had like your zombie game, and your zombie has a parent object where the animator is, and a skin mesh renderer, and then a bunch of other skin mesh renderers underneath, like one for the legs, one for the body, one for different things, one for the arms. It can take all of those and combine them all into one mesh. So definitely would optimize things, and absolutely in a game like your zombie game where there's a lot of characters on screen at one time. Yes, Korean, there are a lot of good Korean series. I think majority of anything I watch on Netflix that is foreign is Korean. So I'm with you on that, Sparky. So yeah, it reminded me about that purchase because the first asset today talks about meshes. So I actually wrote my own about 2 years ago. Well, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants. I should have just got yours, shouldn't I? I should have given you $3.46. Had your version. But yeah, it was a $17 asset, I think, normally, and it was 80% off, so I think it was less than $4 after tax. Oh, Nerdwino gave us a shout out. Well, Nerdwino or one of his minions. All right, so Mesh Animator. Not really sure how this is going to work. I did look through all my mesh assets yesterday before I made the purchase, just to make sure I wasn't buying something that I already had from another developer. And I had lots of mesh things like Mesh Decimator, some other mesh manipulation assets, but I didn't have a combiner. That's why I went ahead and purchased it. Mesh Animator. I feel like I've seen this before. This animated logo looks familiar. It's quite impressive. And that's the walkthrough. Okay. Unparalleled crowd performance. At 100 times more, 100 times plus more on-screen meshes than Mechanim. Mesh Animator script. Skin mesh renderers versus mesh animator. Oh Lord, look at those frames per second. Yikes. I mean, the visuals, oh, you can see it stuttering on the left now, but the visuals mostly don't look different, but definitely the frames per second. So unless your game is optimized enough, Bear, this might be a good one as well for $6. Let's spawn 1,500 more zombies to see which system keeps up. Hang on before we do that, in case anybody does want any of the flash deals today. Let's go ahead and throw that into chat, and then we'll go ahead and pin it to the top for, well, let's say 20 minutes. I can always unpin it. We're not on it for that long. Okay. Let's see what happens to this when they throw a bunch more. 1,500 more zombies in. That's a lot of zombies. Oh my goodness, look at it slowing down on the left. 3 frames per second. Still getting 50 frames on the right. I mean, that's definitely a good way to advertise the asset, isn't it? I'm just drawn to this review down here. Replaced animation objects with baked ones, and the FPS jumped from 28 to 32 to 250 plus. Wow. I think we can tell which system works the best from this particular demonstration in particular. Can also move skin mesh renderers to other parents at runtime if they have same rig. Yes, I also have an asset that did that as well. When I looked through my assets, I think it was like mesh transfer or something. I think my coffee is about ready to drink, but, you know, the dogs won't have me sit still for more than 2 minutes. They like me to get my steps in. So they're scratching at the back door. So I'm not going to BRB. I mean, I am going to BRB. I'm not going to the BRB scene. I'm just going to mute the mic, and I'll be right back. 2 minutes and 4 seconds, if not less.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Okay. So yeah, this seems like it might be something I could benefit from. I don't have any immediate use case, but I do feel like in the future I'm going to have scenes where there are a lot of objects, like all the zombies they were showing, and this seems like it's manna from heaven, possibly. Thank you. Yeah, seeing that Kirby reminds me I've got to work on the flop game, so it's working again. Hopefully for the next stream. All right, so 80% off, usually $30, $6 seems like a steal. Let's have a look at see what else we have in here. Custom compression settings to create fully 3D pixelated animated characters with the click of a button. I also have the Pixelate asset though, which I believe does the same thing. 10,000 zombies in Unity. Holy guacamole. Are you seeing this, Bear? It's a lot of zombies. Massive Unity crowds mesh animator tutorial. Okay. And then the test scenes again. $3,000. Not even 10,000. With 3,000, you can see there's a massive difference. We have 4 frames per second this side and 49 this side. Convert animated meshes to support thousands of on-screen instances with the click of a button. Okay, so burp and erp. All set for converting fully animated characters, animated assets, or any other kind of skinned mesh with 2 modes, snapshot and shader animated. Great for animated crowds or vegetation, 100 times more animated entity on screen, click of a button. I mean, it all sounds great. What do the reviews say? 74 5-star reviews. Doesn't work. What a great first review. That's going to encourage people to buy it straight off the bat, isn't it? Sorry, but it doesn't work in 2021. It doesn't work with Unity 6. There are problems even on built-in pipeline examples. What? No HDRP support. I mean, it kind of says that if you read the description. Not easy to use, had difficulties to use it, performance not that great. I hope he will add HDRP support. Read the documentation carefully and spend some time on it. It's a really good asset which helped me to get more FPS. Few issues, but overall it's amazing. One of these problems is lack of URP shaders. A few days ago, I sent an email with an issue, and that was a year ago, and there's no response. He's not big on replying to reviews, is he? Which is not a good sign. Not work at all. Don't buy it. Not work at all. I contacted the author from both email and GitHub months ago, and no response at all. I wanted this asset to work, but terrible experience. What a mess indeed. Error messages creating the mesh galore, avatar rotated or missing in the rendering, animations ignored. You might get this to work with the standard graphics using the supplied character, but in ERP with your own avatar, forget it. Developer support page is a website only, no link for assistance. I hope to hear back one day. If so, I'll gladly change this review. Has he replied to any reviews, I wonder? Slapped together with tape and chewing gum. I mean, that's not really a review that you want, is it? All right, I've been fiddling with this asset for years daily, and this is my conclusion. I do not like to speak bad of developer. However, I personally emailed him and offered him cash to fix some of his spaghetti code. Instead, I was insulted due to him feeling insecure of his work. He took it as a personal attack. All I wanted is for us who bought this asset at full price to have something better optimized. It's not usable for full retail games. There is much issues still. It does not do what it says. So why? I wish really that Unity had a better vetting process for putting assets into sales. I mean, with all these saying no developer support, doesn't work, no, I mean, not this one because it says in the description no HDRP support. But if we look at releases, it was released in 2014 originally, so 11 years ago. 2 years ago, there was an update to fix a URP shader issue, fix out of range error on looping frame. So 2 minor issues being fixed 2 years ago, but it's pretty much had 2 releases, and the bad reviews were on this version, which is the current one. So, I don't know. I think it's kind of put me off now. Now I've read that. Seems like mostly it doesn't work. I mean, the only saving grace for the developer is that the review they've put here on the page makes it look great. And if you didn't go in to read the other reviews, you'd be none the wiser. You'd be like, yeah, I'm going to get this. Based on the reviews, I am not going to get this. If it had no reviews or better reviews, then I might consider it. But even at $6, I'm not going to load an asset in. There's a bunch of errors, and then the developer won't fix anything. So that's a no. All right, so not a great start. It had promise. Village Exteriors kit I already own. 3D Forge has some great assets. 3D Forge, for those people that don't know, is no longer with us, sadly. I think last week or the week before last, he actually took his own life. The irony being that September is actually Suicide Awareness Month. So, yeah, there won't be any new assets released. His son made a post on his Discord server. You can see a link to the Discord server there. And I do already have some of the assets. Definitely the free ones. All of the free ones. Royal Quarters. Medieval Villages. So he does have a bunch of assets on here. It's very sad. I mean, we never know necessarily why these things happen, why people do it. Obviously, it's something that's been close to my heart for the last almost 12 months now. So, yeah. Last year, me and Nerduino and Berlin and Oris John did some fundraising for the AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So yeah, very sad. And I only happened to find out because somebody posted about it on my Discord server. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, so, you know, I think there is different ways to donate if you wanted to help out, or, you know, find some of the assets, or this particular asset that's on sale, Village Exteriors Kit, that I already own. And apparently I own the Village Kit bundle. It's usually $100. Must have been in one of the previous Unity sales. So yeah, very sad situation. I don't know what the future is of his presence on the asset store. I don't know what his son is going to do, whether they'll just kind of deprecate them or just leave them on there if they're still bringing in some funds. I don't know, but yeah. Well, we have more mesh stuff. Next one is also 80% off, Mesh Slicer. Now I have a mesh slicer because when I looked to see if I should buy the mesh asset yesterday, I did notice I had a mesh slicer, so I won't be buying this. But if you need an asset that allows you to go whoomp and actually cut meshes in half or slice bits off, then thank you, Bear. Then maybe invest in that one. My timing with this song was awful. No, not at all. I think it's one of those situations where, you know, it's a terrible, terrible situation, but, you know, you also need to celebrate the time when people were alive, how much they added to your life. You know, yes, they usually leave a huge void afterwards, but, you know, you have to try and focus on the positive. All right, Ice World. I already own, don't know how, wouldn't have bought it unless it was part of a Unity bundle or maybe the $2 sale or something. But yeah, if you need an Ice World setting, need some ice in your scenes, Nature Manufacture is an established and well-respected developer on the asset store. So yeah, toss them 4 of your well-earned bucks and maybe get yourself that one. The Illustrated Nature. Again, it's more stylized stuff, which I don't really do. I don't have any pull for currently. So while $40 down to 8 is a great saving, I'd say probably 80%. Don't really need that. It is a great song. Why do I feel like it was a Eurovision song? Was it a Eurovision song? I feel like it was a Eurovision song. Prove me wrong. Omnishade Pro. Shader stuff. Optimized shaders. Whoa, hello. Usually $60, less than $12 if you get it today. Cartoon Town and Farm. Usually $55. 70% off today. $16.50. What I don't think I have is a good circus asset. One time I would like to do like a horror circus type thing where it has a ghost train and bumper cars or dodgems. If I ever see one of those on sale, I might have to invest. Senti Studios, always a crowd pleaser, $29.99 for the adventure pack, currently $9. I do believe I own this adventure pack, but it's on the Senti store, so that's why it doesn't show as purchased here. But 70% off, can't go wrong with that. Space Combat Kit. I don't really like space and sci-fi stuff, whether it's shows or movies or games. So I'm probably not going to invest in this. But if that is your thing, absolutely drop $21 instead of $70 and snap up the Space Combat Kit. Polyart Malbers does it again. $180, 70% off, $54. If you have a game that uses animals in the low poly art style, like so, then this could be just what you've been looking for. $180 down to $54. Look at the gloriousness that is models from Malbas. As it says there, everything you need for a lively forest. Rabbits, hares, boars, cheetahs. I'm not sure. It says forest set. I'm not sure you would see all of these animals in a forest, but anyway. Me being nitpicky. And look, you even get icons, so you can use them for your UI. That is an extra added touch there that shows Malbas goes above and beyond. So many amazing low poly environments, but it's so sad that there's no wildlife to populate them. Well, now there is. Katrina in the Waves sang another song on Eurovision. Oh really? That wasn't a Eurovision song? Don't make me look it up, Sparky. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. Walking on Sunshine wiki, because if it's on the wiki, you know it's true. Well, there you go. Just shows what I remember, doesn't it? I obviously put a link between that band and the Eurovision and the song that I knew most. And won them the Eurovision Song Contest 1997. There you go. What do I know? Don't listen to me. Alrighty. The UK. Love Shine a Light 97 won it. TD! If anything's going to bring TD out of a lurk, it's going to be talk of Eurovision. So if you have any questions about the Eurovision Song Contest, if you need any facts and figures, TD. It's like his superpower, if you will. How you doing, TD? Hope things are going well. My Eurovision knowledge is okay. See, he even hides his light under a bushel. You know? TD has Eurovision song playlists that he plays on his stream. When he streams, I mean, I feel like he's edging into Dukasoft territory now and Tubby Crumbles territory, where they like stream and then they're like, yeah, now we've got people interested. I'm going to limit how much I stream just to make you want me even more when I come back. I feel that's kind of how it is. But you know, that's fine. Keep people wanting. I need to see a TD stream soon. It just looks good when I compare it to those that know nothing. I mean, I resemble that comment. Thank you very much. I can just about spell Eurovision. So, I think I might be who you're referring to there. Anyway, Polygon Casino, one of their more expensive packs from Cinti, is usually $150. 70% off today, $45. I'll add it to your collection. Ninjutsu Games. I don't think I've ever heard of Ninjutsu Games. 70% off their Photon bundle. Photon, of course, being the multiplayer offering. And it's compatible with Game Creator 2, $28.50. Got some 50% offs now, so if half price is enough to tempt you, to draw you in, words are hard. Visual Fidelity Pro bundle from Connect. Connect, another prolific asset developer, been on the store for a while. Some great assets out there. I've got a bunch of them myself. Don't have this one. $150 down to $75. Seems to be a theme I'm seeing for today for the assets. There's a lot of visual stuff. There's like mesh stuff. There's shaders. There's this Fidelity Pro. More shaders here from Amplify. $80 down to $40 if you want the Amplify shader editor. Umotion Pro, another animation editor. $70 down to $35. Another visual app, Bakery GPU Light Mapper, is half price at $27.50. Another half price, that's it, City Generator, $300 down to $150. Yeah, that'll have to save me a lot of time. I spent 150 on it, loan 300. AR Foundation remote, $80 down to 40. Odin Validator, 2250. Surforge, I'm whizzing by the half off assets because, you know, flash deals for me are more than half off. Surforge, 6250. Platformer Engine 2D, $10 today. RAM 3, something material, if I remember. River Auto Material, it kind of says it there. And that didn't happen. Checkout Frenzy, $50 down to 25. Sci-fi effects, again, with the sci-fi. So if you are doing space stuff, like Nerduino might, if Nerduino was a game dev, you might like these sci-fi effects. Surrounded survival game assets, $30 today. Obfuscator Pro, easy for me to say, $40 if you want to obfuscate your code to stop people from snagging it. Magic Effects Pack 1 I already own from Crypto, $18.50. That's it. That's your lot for today. What's coming up tomorrow? Why are we even talking about what's coming up tomorrow? Won't you just discuss it tomorrow? I mean, I could discuss it with myself tomorrow. Tomorrow's not a stream day for me, so I can't spread the love. Apart from on my Discord server, of course. Tomorrow's assets, because I won't be here. Hello? It's the same mail truck you just saw come down this side of the street, but now on the other side of the street. All right? Just chill. All right, I think we got away with that. Didn't see my tweet then, did you? I don't spend a lot of time on, as it's supposed to be called now, X. I kind of scroll through a couple of pages when I go on there, and sometimes I see your posts. Other times I clearly don't, because you're trying to guilt trip me now into having missed one of your posts. So now I feel the need to jump onto said social media platform in my other browser and find out there's a particular something in particular. You're not code with TD on there, are you? Are you Terrier Dart? Yes, you are. All right.
Thank you so much, Nerduino, for the raid.
What? Well, this is a rare treat.
Lily likes frogs. Absolutely. All these people. It's great. Lots of geologists here on Twitch, actually.
Maybe there is life here as well. Now, naturally, organics can be produced through chemical means, and in this case, NASA did not provide more details about what kind of organic molecules, but for now, these are definitely super exciting signs.
Earthquake?
But
really?
there is also something that's...
This is the same clip we saw earlier when we shouted out Nerduino.
Shit, there's an earthquake.
How are you doing, Nerd? Welcome on in. Besto friendo. Good to see you. We were talking about you earlier and saying how fantastic you were. So thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. What was going on in your stream today? Did we find out what the announcement was from NASA? Did I win your prediction from last night where I said something else? Or, you know, are you just going to tell me to go and watch the VOD? I need to know. Woosa, how you doing? Good to see you. Nick Baring, how are you? Welcome on in. Oh, somebody wants to play a game. Hang on, before we get to the game, we're actually just going to welcome the raiders that just came in and joined us from Nerduino's stream. Nerduino is a former NASA scientist, if you didn't catch my blurb earlier when I was talking about space legend. Used to work at NASA, now spreads his space knowledge on his channel, has some great redemptions, has some great things that he discusses, like space photo of the day, astro photo of the day, certain papers that come up, news stories, anything that if you have any interest in space whatsoever, or you just like people with sexy British accents, then get yourself over there. That's probably all you need to know. Entropic, how are you? Good to see you. Let's see, who else are we welcoming today? Chris McBricker. Happy Hump Day. Welcome on in. Misadventures in Astro. How are you? Good to see you. All right, did we catch everybody, or am I still
Thanks for the follow.
catching up? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that follow. Was it aliens yet? Yes, we need to know. We need to know what's going on. Ninja Gloppy, how you doing? We were talking about Ninja Gloppy earlier, weren't we? You remember when I mentioned Ninja Gloppy? Who has now redeemed Chat Ragdoll Racing, which we're going to have a game of any moment once we get through the saying highs and thank yous. Even more likely, possibly signs of maybe life on Mars. Okay, so yeah, so nothing solid yet then, no news, but if it's possible signs of life, then I lost out in the prediction because that was one of the options, and I believe I said something else. So, yeah. Is it NASA are finally going to admit the Earth is flat? So TD on his YouTube channel has actually done interviews about the Earth being flat, not because he believes it, but because he's trying to debunk it and actually talk to people that do believe it. So that would be a great April Fool's Day joke they could do. It would be. I don't know if NASA themselves are renowned for their April Fool's tomfoolery, if you will, but yeah, who knows? Possibly. Well, they're rocks, so kind of solid. Come on, Stream Deck, do the thing. There we go. Good to see you, nerd. Thank you again for the raid. For people that don't know me, I think everybody knows me. For people that don't know me, I am Big Gamey. Some people call me Lee. I usually work in the Unity game engine. Currently, my main project is Rescue Ball, which has mechanics very similar, if you know the game, to Katamari Damacy. On October the 6th, we're going to have a week full of streams, Monday to Friday, where I do things like play that game on OG hardware. We're going to build a Darth Vader Lego helmet. We're going to build some tiny blocks to wean me in slowly, if you will, to the big Darth Vader helmet. So we've got some tiny boxes of things to build. We're going to buy a Steam page so we can get Rescue Ball on Steam as my first Steam store title. So a lot of shenanigans for that week. I am going to be posting, hopefully in the next couple of days, the flyer for it on my socials and on Discord, so you'll get to see that. Roll ball check. You wouldn't be amazed at all by the sense of humour at NASA. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Been lurking and job hunting. Well, I hope the job hunting's going well, Sparky. All right, so without further ado, because as we say, nobody likes ado, we will in fact log into Chat Ragdoll Racing. Now, Chat Ragdoll Racing is from Clayman Dev and Marcus, aka Black Mage UK, collectively known as Scuffed Game Dev. And if you like this game, you can check it out on the Steam store, or you can just go onto the Steam store and wishlist it, because, you know, if you wishlist and follow, that helps with discoverability. Yes, in fact, it does. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a look and see. I think we have half of the story from Ninja. So Ninja Gloppy said city, but he didn't actually tell us whether he wanted people or whether he wanted pigs. So Ninja, I need to know, what are we doing today? We'll go into free for all and city. Oh, people. All right, there we go. So for those that haven't played this before, when you see the next screen come up with the countdown at the top, you can put the join command in chat. Don't do it yet. If you do it now, it won't count. You can just put it once into chat. It'll only recognize it once, and then it'll give you 5 people to play the game with. Once the game starts, you can type obstacle in chat as a command, so ! obstacle. And if Twitch comes back and says, hey, you've already typed that same message in the last 30 seconds, just put a number after it. Obstacle 1, obstacle 2. It'll do the same thing. And then we have a leaderboard so we can see who wins the race at the end. So here we go. Here's the city. So put ! join in chat get in there. There you go. You get 5 people. The people will run by themselves when the game starts to try and get to the finish line. Your job is to try and drop as many obstacles on their head along the way as you can and try to finish the game yourself. So if you think any of your characters might be stuck, you can type jump in chat as a command, !jump, and you have about 30 seconds to get in. Max Speedy, how you doing? Good to see you. So yeah, this game does sometimes draw the lurkers out of the shadows. So yeah, people that are usually here to support, but don't like jump on my head and do other things, blow me off the screen. It's always good to see them join in and play when we have this game going. So 5 seconds, last chance to get in on the race, and then we need to start throwing obstacles in chat. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get some obstacles in there. Who's going to be first today? Who's my money on? My money's on me. Okay, I think I'm going to win today. It's not rigged. I have no cheat codes from Clayman. Alright, I'm just saying. I have no cheat codes. Are we actually hearing anything from this game? Hopefully we are. I am seeing that we're getting some audio in the audio mixer, so I guess we'll find out. Possibly. Alright, nobody's finished first yet. So on the right hand side you can see we have this mini-map. This little thing here with the white people. The white people turn green once they cross the finish line. Okay? But also at the top left hand corner we can see Tubby Crumbles is currently first. I'm actually somehow not on the leaderboard at all. I'm nowhere in the top 10. So, oh. Okay. I don't know why I'm not in the top 10 because that just seems rude, to be honest. You know, 1 minute and 15 seconds in, I can't even see my name up there. Did I even join? Am I even in the game? I think I am. Yes. Predicting that I would win. There I am, look, 7th, 8th. I'm finally on the board. Come on, 7th, come on. Come on, you got this. Come on, little bit gamey people. Come on now, come on. Shamo, as Mr. Jackson would say. Oh, Entropic, Entropic. Oh, yeah. Entropic in first position. Who's going to occupy the other spots? Whose name's going to turn green? We've got Woosa, Entropic again, then Tubby, then Ninja, then Woosa again, Sparky. I'm not seeing any big gamies on there. Captain Crabs, Entropic, TD. Can you make that 10th spot? Yes! There we go. Alright, so finally getting the also rans. And there we go. Oh, finally a bit gamey crosses the line. That was good of you to show up. I mean, did somebody give you the wrong time on the memo? It's like, okay, the race starts at 10, but it started at 9:30. Oh, I just apparently showed up late. So we still have white people showing on the mini-map on the right-hand side. Are trying to finish. I would suspect that maybe some of these stragglers at the back. There's TD. Some of the stragglers at the back. This one in particular may or may not be stuck. So, yeah, if you want to put jump in chat as a command, it could be a bit gamey that's stuck since, you know, bit gamies didn't do that well. There we go, look, trying to get across the line. Bit gamey bounces off the peoples. All right. Okay, so, whoa, hello, somebody's... This is... Look at this. This one here, all the way at the back, we might see in a minute. There's a Woosa and a Woosa and a Ninja and a Nerd. Come on now. Here we go. Come on. Come on, Nerdwino. It's not rocket science. If it was, you'd probably already have got first, right? So, who's stuck at the back? Who's stuck? It's a Tubby. We've got a stuck Tubby. Come on, Tubby. Look, one hand behind your back. You can win this. Whoa. Smacked by a chopper. There's a clip. All right, come on, Tubby. I've got faith in you. Well, Well, go on, look. Even if you get smacked across the finish line by a rotating helicopter and a bouncing fire truck, fire engine, if you will. And yeah, I think all of the obstacles testing our Tubby Crumbles today. But you know what? Tubby's worth waiting for. So I'm going to do just that. Look, one hand behind his back again. Look, he's like just sneering at everybody else. I can even get across the finish line with one hand behind my back. So let's see if that is in fact the case. Oh, he got nuked into a building, but he's still in the game. No, he got nuked off the side. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Tubby's like, I got 4th place. What are you talking about? So, quick review. Entropic stormed across the line in 1 minute and 47 seconds. GG's. whysub 2nd. Entropic also claims 3rd spot. Tubby 4th. Ninja 5th. whysub 6th. Sparky 7th. Captain Crabs 8th. Entropic 9th. And filling up the top 10 in the 10th spot. Code with TD. Alright, and then we'll have a slow scroll down so you can see if your name is on there, if you made it. Then at the end, we'll see the people in red that in fact didn't finish, as they ended up probably being squished off the side or something. So yeah, I think maybe we all might have had at least one person in there, but with 5 people each and 55 entrants, my basic math means must have been 11 people in that race. So good job, everybody. Fun times. Thank you, Ninja, for the redemption. Thank you, Scuffed Game Dev, for providing such a fun game. And if I press this magic button here now, everything should get back to normal as it was. Alrighty. So we're keeping up with shoutouts today. I don't think... Did we shout out Ninja yet? I know we were talking about Ninja earlier before he arrived. Or he got swept in with the tide to the stream. Let's have a look. Rocket League legend. There you go.
All right, so we've got
Case in point. Whoa! Ball nearly hit me in the face. Come on, get it in the goal. Come on, Ninja, you got this. Where are you?
I love that they're just like, they're just drifting sometimes. CC block just going.
All right, so if you like sharks, if you like shark-themed things, if you like astrophotography, if you like Rocket League, you can find all of those things on Ninja's stream. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so with that said, we're just going to have a very quick look at tomorrow's assets, since I'm not going to be here to go through them with you guys. Cartoon FX Remaster. Can't tell at this point what the discount's going to be because it's up to 80%, so it'll be 50, 70, or 80 probably. If any of these assets are on your wish list or they fit with your current project, then definitely get yourself over to the store and check them out tomorrow when they're on sale. So we have top-down sci-fi, customizable schoolgirls, modular multiplayer, highway racer, UI builder, which I already own, Simcade, vehicle physics. Ashdev assets are always crowd pleasers.
Back for lunch break. Big thanks to Ice Bear for the sub turkey sandwich, sour cream and onion chips, banana for me grub.
See, Pirate Tatum just knows the rules by now. Pirate Tatum knows that when he comes in here for lunch, we have to know the contents of the lunchbox down to the minutest of details. Otherwise, I just end up asking follow-up questions. Like if it just said chips, I'll be like, well, what flavour are the chips? So I think that's probably everything that we need to know at this point. Back for lunch break. Good to see you, Tatum. Big thanks to Ice Bear for the sub. Yes, that was very nice. Ice Bear throwing out a gift sub like that. Turkey sandwich, sour cream and onion chips and banana. Seems quite delish. I had a banana and strawberry smoothie for breakfast / lunch. I do like smoothies. I like making my own smoothies. I like buying fruit from the supermarket, making it. But is it just me, or is fruit getting really expensive now? I feel like it used to be something you didn't really pay too much attention to. You went and got your groceries, you buy some fruit. Now I just feel like, I don't know why. I'm sure somebody smarter than me can explain, but it seems like fruit has increased exponentially compared to the rest of groceries that you buy. Maybe it's just me. What kind of onion chips? Exactly, James. Yeah, we need more detail. What brand of chips were they? What was the expiration date on the pack? You know, you got it. What kind of bread was the turkey sandwich in? We need it down to the minutest of details. How sour was the sour cream used for the chips? And banana, was it a sliced banana? Was it peeled already? Yeah, let's get all the details. It does sound yummy. Everything is expensive now. Aldi is good though. Yes, yeah. How many were in there? Yeah, how many chips in the bag? Aldi is very good. We like Aldi. I particularly like their, I think it's called New York cheese. It's quite soft. It comes in a long block. I mean, it's not soft cheese like brie, but it is a soft cheddar. And it's mature as well, so it's quite a nice one. Do like that. What else do I get from Aldi? I do find, at least in the US Aldi, and by US Aldi I mean just ones in my local Texas Aldi, we have access to two that are fairly close. Their yogurt selection, terrible. Absolutely terrible. They don't do that many yogurts, and mostly when you go, the shelf is empty. So, yeah, I have a clip made on Bardaki's stream about you. Can I share it here? Well, number one, thank you for asking permission. Woo, that's very considerate. And number two, of course you can. Do the thing. Show the link. If it was about me, was I present? Was I there for it? Or is it just Bardi talking about me in my absence? I love Stilton. Do you know what? I've never really done soft cheese. Like Danish Blue, Stilton, any stinky cheese, as they call it. I've never really done that. I think it's just the smell that puts me off. I try not to eat anything that smells like my feet. Yeah. Pay attention about the sounds in the background. All right, so we should probably turn off the music because that's just going to be the sound in the background otherwise. All right, so this was a clip from the amazing Bardaki's stream. So let's do a very quick shout out for the Unity game dev and watch a quick clip before we watch a quick clip or something. Around. Hey, look, it's me again. What? Nay. Am I just in all the clips? Got its hand. Hello there, I'm Bardaki and stream the creation of an RTS called The Unwanted War. And also we have a Bardi command. There we go. There's all the stuff. That's the clip. Wait, what? That is the actual clip that I'm talking over that you linked. Oh my goodness. That was what we could smell from the living room. Well, then we should probably watch it without me talking all over it, shouldn't we? So let's pause it again and let's watch it unexpurgated.
Bread, healthy nut something, Clancy Aldi brand chips, whole banana. The chips are in a Ziploc bag. The sandwich is in a reusable container.
Tatum, I love your face. That was hilarious. We were just joking about needing more detail, and Tatum delivers. You know, can't just hold 44 golf balls on the back of his hand, which is a record, don't you know? We get more detail as well. So the bread, healthy nut something, Clancy Aldi brand chips, whole banana. The chips are in a Ziploc bag. The sandwich is in a reusable container. So there we go. I mean, if you need any more information than that, then probably, you know, whisper Tatum yourself. But I feel like at this point we have almost ran the well dry or something. I redeem the megaphone just before the clip is playing, and the timing with your story is just too good. Okay, so here we go. Without further ado, because nobody likes ado, we're going to unmute this. We're going to drag it back to the start and pay close attention to the sounds in the background. that is a great clip. And what's also funny is if you watch the chat, then and look, somebody's actually put, "Oh geez, don't shout out that guy. He has 4 followers and 1 sub. That is his bot." That was my comment. If you can't see, I put that. I was present for when this clippage was created. So GG's woo. That is hilarious with the added sounds in there. So thank you for that. Yeah, and coincidentally, that was the same clip that we got when we shouted out Bardi. So yeah, I don't even like much ado. I mean, to be fair though, Tatum, when there is much ado, usually it's about nothing. So yeah, but we don't like much ado here. So there we are. Back to music. Alrighty, so if you're not already following Bardaki, go drop Bardaki follow. How was the turkey? How did it taste? Yeah, we didn't actually get how it tasted, did we? Was that part of? Yeah, we found out the sandwich is in a reusable container. We didn't actually find out if it was tasty though, and also the number of chips, which might be difficult to calculate if they've already been finished or partly eaten. So yeah, there is that. But we love your face, Tatum. We appreciate you, and I think that probably deserves a shout out, right, for Tatum. We need to see the lovely Tatum now we've heard from the lovely Tatum. There he is. Don't fall in. Easy now.
Yeah.
Look, does the fishing stuffs.
Yeah. Let's go. Spinnerbait. Near the tree. And I brought my net today. Thank God. All right. That's a nice little chunker here.
That is a nice little chunker.
Let's go. Not skunked. Nice little bass.
Very nice. And then, no doubt, like the others we've seen in other clips, it was tossed back to carry on its swimmy little life. No, thank you, Tatum. I appreciate you always showing up. It does mean a lot. I know people think, well, you know, I'm just stopping by the stream, but everybody that drops by, whether you get dragged in kicking and screaming from a raid, or you know, you show up of your own free will, it's always appreciated. And what are we going to catch? What's whysub going to get? Speaking of fish, it's a success. We caught an olive ridley turtle. I've never heard of an olive ridley turtle before, and here we are, whysub's catching one. So, absolutely, catch and release. Excellent. Okay. Well, let's see where we're at today. We talked about the sound commands that I doubled the volume on because we made some audio changes. Hopefully they'll be easier to hear. We have the 3 new animated emotes for subscribers. We talked about that. We talked about the flash sales. So what we can probably do is, if you remember from the previous stream, show Unity. We started doing this pre-jam project. Now you might say, what's a pre-jam project? So one of the most common rules of a game jam is that you can't start the game before the jam starts, and it's mostly because you don't know what the theme is. How can you start creating a game that ties in with a theme if you don't know the theme? Oh, nice bike, Ninja. And the answer is you can't really. So you shouldn't really, and usually it's put into the rules, no games that you've already started, because it is on a time crunch. There is a time limit that everybody has to create a game. And if you're starting your game before the jam starts, you've got an unfair advantage because you'll have longer to create it. So we're pre-jamming. I have an idea for a game that I would like to create in the jam. I'm not sure if the mechanics will actually work the way I want them to work. So I thought, well, let's test out some of the mechanics prior to the jam starting. And then, although if I decide on this game idea and we stick with it, we can tailor it to whatever the theme is once we know it. The pre-jamming will allow me to say, okay, do you know what? I'm not going to spend a couple of days in the jam testing out this mechanic to see if it'll work. I can just do some generic high-level testing before the jam starts to see if it works like it works in my head. And if it doesn't, or if I can't get it working how I want it to, then we just scrap the pre-jam stuff completely. We're going to have to scrap it anyway before the jam starts. We can't actually use this project. Once the jam begins on Sunday, it's going to be a brand new project starting up, and anything in here is just going to be trashed before then. So we won't be using anything pre-made before it starts. So we're abiding by the rules, but this is just some early testing before the jam starts to see if we can, in fact, do the game that I see in my head, which will obviously look different depending on the theme. So the idea was, for those that missed it on a previous stream, I planned on having the left side of the screen with a grid or a side view similar to Tetris. And then we have falling blocks, which are just going to be like solid blocks, like a die, not shaped blocks like in Tetris. And they're going to fall down the screen. And one of those blocks is going to be the player. The player is going to fall relatively slowly. The other blocks that aren't the player are going to fall faster. And what it'll allow you to do is rotate the block, the player block, and shoot the other blocks. Now, there's a number of things that can happen when you shoot the other blocks, depending on what the theme turns out to be. So, we can either just shoot the other blocks, and when we hit them, they just move across one column. We can have it where when you shoot them, they explode. We can have it when you shoot them, if they have designs on, then it can change to a different design. Or if it's something like man versus nature, if that theme gets chosen, we can have something like glass blocks that include things like butterflies, maybe. And then when you shoot them, the glass block explodes and the butterfly flies away. So you're freeing the insects, the bugs, back to nature. Yeah, so lots of ideas. And the thing is, if you shoot the block and you move it, or if you shoot it and it turns into a different type of block, then it becomes like a match 3 type game where, okay, if you get 3 blocks in a row, 4 blocks, whatever we decide, they then disappear and you get points and combos and all that good stuff. And hopefully all the pomp and circumstance that surrounds a normal match 3 game, like picking one that obviously is not very successful, Candy Crush, for example. Yeah, hopefully we can get all the sparkles, all the sound effects, and although it'll be initially on PC, if we optimize it enough when we create it, if maybe we do a URP version for the universal render pipeline, it'll make it more fitting for mobile platforms, and maybe it can become a mobile title. Who knows, depending on how it goes. So we'll have to see. But what we're doing for now is I've created this block, this cube, if you will, and we added a couple of turrets? No? A couple of barrels? Anyway, a couple of cylinders to it so that we can see when it rotates. So what I'd like to do today is test if we can get an exact rotation of 90 degrees every time we press a button. And depending on when the theme's announced, what we're going to have to decide for the end game, or the final jam game, is can we just rotate in one direction? So we're literally like turning like the hands on a clock. Or can we rotate in both directions? Or do we add both options and then have like an easy setting, a hard setting, and you know, the easy setting is you can rotate either way. So anyway, what I was saying about the screen layout was the left-hand side is the grid in my head, and then the right-hand side is what the player sees from inside the cube. So you'll get like a first-person perspective, the cubes that you can see in front of you, and then as you shoot them, you'll see them change on the right-hand side, but also on the left, you've got the grid, so you can see what it looks like, what you need to change certain blocks to. So it's going to be pretty fast-paced. And if it plays out like it looks in my head, which I wish all my games did, we should be in for a real treat. So we'll see. I've got 16 days to create it. The jam theme will be announced this Sunday when the jam starts. As we can see at the bottom of the screen, we have 4 days, 6 hours, and 1 minute left until it starts. So I'm just going to go and click the kettle on real quick, make myself a nice steaming hot cup of tea, and then we can sit down and do some pre-jamming and see how it goes. So I will BRB.
That's a spicy meatball!
Thank you so much CosmoQuest X for the raid.
Bit gamey.
Or you know, I could not necessarily grab a quick cup of tea because we have a raid from the lovely CosmoQuest X coming in. So welcome in, Cosmo. How are you doing? What happened today? Tell me all the good stuff that happened in the stream, and I'm going to do another shout out because we kind of lost the clipperoonie there because, you know, somebody went to try and make a cup of tea and was bad timing on my part. So I'm going to do another one. I'm going to get another clip and we're going to see what's going on right now. Clip, please. Thank you. Whoa, that's a lot of people. Hangout-a-thon 2020.
So, did we spot the band nerds yet?
That looks like a fun stream right there. So what was happening today, Cosmo? If you need to raid and run, that's fine. I get you have things to do. Those laughs are contagious. It is true. And look at you triggering the laugh audio clip there. All right, so did I miss anything? Did I miss anybody? Miss Adventures, how you doing? Welcome in with the Raiders. Let's see, did I miss anything else? Broken Symmetry, how you doing? Good to see you. Dr. Pamela covered the NASA announcement. Oh, okay. So is that similar to what Nerdwino was looking at today? I think that was the NASA announcement as well. I think she is off writing her thoughts on today's news. Okay, that's fine. I have to raid and run sometimes as well, so it's all good. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we always love new friendos here, so appreciate the raiding over today. I'm BitGamey. Some people call me Lee, and we work in the Unity game engine normally, usually on a game called Rescue Ball, which has similar mechanics, I love reaching across for this, as Katamari Damacy, the OG game on the PS2, which we're going to be playing in a few weeks when we have our 1,000 follower celebration stream week. So yeah, this is the Unity game engine I currently have open. We're doing some pre-jamming because, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, it's almost time for the Journ Jam to start. So we're just testing out a couple of things before it starts so that we are well prepared and in a good position once we see the theme announced to comply with that theme and spend 16 days after it begins on Sunday creating something hopefully worthy of a prize, or at least the adoration of other game devs in the jam. So we'll have to see. You can have teams of up to 4. I personally fly solo, so it means I end up with all the tasks. So the modeling, if I do any, the deciding on which assets, the sound, the title screen, the win condition, the lose condition, the UI, everything in the game gets to fall squarely in my lap. So hopefully, if you're not too familiar with game dev and you want to know more, we can take you on a journey. Yeah, because the jam starts on Sunday evening for me, and my next stream after that will be on Monday. So while I might start up the project on Sunday and do a lot of the grunt work, as they say, loading in some of the assets, loading in some of the stuff that I have in every project, like DoTween, some of the tools that I use. I can actually get the project all ready to go so that on Monday when I stream, we can take a look and hopefully make some decent headway. Dr. Pamela Gay is an astrophysicist that does public outreach, podcasts, etc. Ah, okay. Thanks, Miss Adventures. Appreciate that. So, we had a couple of shout outs there for Cosmo Quest. So, if you're not already following, and I'm not already following because that's a new person to me. I hadn't heard of Cosmo Quest X before. Let's have a quick look at the about. For your place to learn and do science, join us to find out more. Show browser. Find out more about our universe and how you can be part of exploring our universe. Nice. And a stream team called Brain Bites, which I also haven't heard of before. So if you haven't done so already and you love science and technology and spacey streams, probably drop a follow like I just did. Look, it's that easy. Just like that. All right, so have they got any VODs? Oh, yeah, we have VODs. Okay. Well, 30 seconds of ads, and then we might be able to see Dr. Gay in this VOD or clip. Possibly. Trying to get Nerd and Pam to meet up. That sounds like an ideal collaboration. A collaboration made in heaven, if you will. I don't know why they wouldn't both be up for it. I guess it's just a timing issue, isn't it? Stars eating stars. What? Nom nom. That is crazy. Right, I'm actually looking forward to watching the next Cosmo Quest X stream. So if you go ahead and just click on the follow heart, and then it'll automatically enable notifications. So you'll get told when Cosmo Quest X goes live next. So yeah, thanks again for the raid, even though you're probably busy doing other stuff right now, but always appreciated. And thank you, Miss Adventures, if you played any part in me being the raid target. And yeah, so we were just about to do some pre-jamming, show Unity in the game engine. We have an object, show Unity. Hello, voice commands. We have this object that we created.
I must be getting back to work before the captain makes me walk the plank. Thank you for the stream, and thanks again to Ice Bear for the sub. Y'all have a great day, Bitgum Duckles.
Bitgum Duckles, thank you. Thank you, Pirate Tatum. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Don't work too hard, and I hope work finishes soon for you, especially now you have a full belly with that delicious lunch that you told us about. And yes, thanks again to Bear for the gift sub. That was mighty generous. Raj suggested, oh, okay. Well, you know, you could have just said, yeah, it was me, you're welcome, and just like played it off like that. So, yeah, Bitgum Duckles. I don't know why the pirate said it like that. It's actually called Bitgam Duck Cool Sunglasses. How that ends up with Bitgum Duckles, I don't know, but it was funny. So there we go. You made us chuckle, Pirate Tatum. All right, so I'm just going to take a quick BRB, probably 2 or 3 minutes, so I can grab a hot cup of tea and dunk in my choc chip cookies that I got earlier. And Bitgamey, are you sure? Okay. Yeah, so I'll be right back after this quick break. And hopefully, if any of the new people that showed up would like to spicy meatball wants to find their way back in future, please do drop me a follow. They're always welcome. So yeah, 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. I'll put the music back on as well, so it's not fairly quiet. So here we go. And just a reminder, if you don't like the playlist, subscribers can use the SR command and request their own songs. Thank you very much. Back in the room. Let's change the music up a bit. This is a bit... All right, seems fitting. We have a track called Games. Thanks, Woo. Appreciate the lurk. Good to see you. I'm hoping that Woosa means Woosa has no audio, and it's not that you can't hear me, because I can see my mic is showing stuff. So there we go. All right. So back to Unity. What is this? I mean, it's nice that there are playlists on Spotify that you can use for free. Yeah, but some of the tracks are... Alrighty, so Woosa has me on a muted tab, so there we go. We're all good. I'm not actually muted, other than on at least Woosa's tab. I have now my steaming hot cup of tea. Okay, and we have chocolate chip cookies to work through. All right, so what I didn't do today, I did light my candle before the stream started. I didn't actually light my incense stick. Now these incense sticks are probably the best smelling incense sticks I have ever smelled. And I burn a lot of incense, okay? And these were bought for me from a gas station, I believe, possibly, by Firefighter Gamey. And they're called Nag Champa. All right? So there's the pack, and I can't even describe how they smell. But oh my goodness, I could just smell these all day. The smell is amazing. Maybe we need to give away incense sticks. Can you ship incense sticks to people? I guess you can. I mean, we already ship stickers and other things, so why not, right? Let me see if I can just light this real quick without setting fire to my desk. Because desks being on fire, I mean, it's probably quality stream content, but I don't want to do that. Okay, so now we're going to have lots of smoke. If it gets too smoky, I'll move it to the side. But yeah, hopefully it won't smoke us out. Okay, so pre-jamming. So we have this box with a little cylinders on the side. At the moment, we have no scripting on it at all. And remember, this is pre-jamming. So whatever we do is going to be scrapped. It's going to be deleted. It will be no more. And then I will be starting from scratch when the jam starts in 4 days and 5 hours. Alrighty. So what we said last time was we have the cube. We have the... I'm going to just call them turrets. We have the turrets or barrels sticking out. We've put the camera inside the cube so we can see the view, 3D view on this side. We also need a 2D view on the left-hand side because, as I mentioned earlier, the screen's going to be split in two. So the left will look like a... I'm going to call it a Tetris grid, but I don't really know what else to call it. A grid where the cubes can fall down, match game. And then the right-hand side will be what the player can see. So for that reason, we're going to need 2 different cameras just to see how it'll look. And the way we do that is we won't call this main camera. We will call this FPS camera, first person shooter. That's the kind of view we have in this right-hand window. And then we need another camera, which we will call 2D grid camera. Remember, none of this is cast in stone. None of this is what's actually possibly going to be called in the actual game, because this is just a pre-jam project. So we're going to end up deleting it all. So what I tried to do is to rename objects best I can to remind me what they're for, especially if they're of a similar type. So we don't want like main camera 1 and main camera 2, because that doesn't actually help me just by looking at them determine which one is for which purpose. So we have the 2D grid camera, which is in the scene. We also have the FPS camera. We could call it a 3D FPS camera. And what we need to do now is we need to show both camera views on screen at the same time. And the way we achieve this is there's actually, look on the right hand side in the inspector, each camera has a viewport rectangle, and that determines how much of it will be shown on screen or how much of the screen will be taken up by it. So what we need to do is the 2D grid camera is the one that's going to show for the whole screen, and then the 3D FPS camera is going to be shown in a subsection. So leave the 2D as is for now. We can probably change it from perspective to orthographic. Right, maybe not for now. For now, we'll just change it back to. So the difference is perspective allows, as the name suggests, perspective. So you can get like distance. If you have an orthographic camera, it's like a 2D camera, so everything is pretty much on the same plane. Now, depending on the look we're going for, we might just have both of them being perspective cameras, which is the default. But for now, we need to change the viewport rectangle of this camera. Actually, not where it's positioned initially, but the width and the height. So we change the width. Interesting. So we change the width and the height. 5. I'm not seeing what I thought I would be seeing. Oh, and it's because I'm not sure it's going to work the way I want it to work. The 2D grid camera is the main camera. I'm going to bring that back out here. We want it to see the cubes from a distance. So the 2D grid camera is going to show it on the side. We can back up to something like that. Position. Put it at 0, 0. And then say -10. That's just what the 2D camera shows. And we have the 3D camera. You're going to need 3 cameras. One for the first person shooter, one for the grid. In my head, the way I had it set up was the 2D grid camera would show 2D grid on the left and then a blank space on the right. And then we would take the 3D camera and embed it into the right hand side of the screen to show that particular view. This is not behaving how I thought it would. We have the 2D grid camera currently zoomed out to there and shows the view. Let's put a panel in the scene or a plane. And then let's rotate the plane 90, minus 90. Okay. And then we'll move the plane behind the blocks. And we're going to create a, because this project is just going to be scrapped, I'm not going to be too fussy about hierarchy and where things should be. So just in the main scene, we're going to create a material. Let's just call it background blue. And then background blue we're going to drag onto the plane. And then the material we're going to change to something like that. And then we're going to set the plane so that it doesn't actually show shadows. We're not going to use shadows at this point. Leave shadows off. Okay, so we want this looking as 2D as possible. Okay. What we need to do is we need to make sure when we have the blocks falling that they are in fact all on the same distance plane. They're all at the same Z position, so that we can do things like determine collision. Okay, so let's make it not on the Y. We want it 2 on the X. All right, that's stretched out more to how it's going to be, and then going to be a clear divider down the middle. This is very placeholdery, very sandboxy. If we do 3D object cube, and then we say 0.2, and then stretch it on the y-axis, and just have it 5. Down there. Right, so we have the divider in the 2D and the 3D sections. Plane. We have the scale, so we've got 2. 1.75. Alrighty, so the plan is that if we take this cube will drop into the scene from above, and it starts falling, and it's falling slowly. As it's falling, the player controls the cube by rotating it. You can't change the drop speed, it's just going to fall at a set speed. Rotation, you're going to be able to do this with. We're going to be looking to the side, and we can shoot blocks coming down side of us, and then we can rotate the other way and shoot blocks that side. We can look down as well, and I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to fire downwards or not. So if there's any blocks there that we don't want to hit, maybe we have like blocks with bombs in, and if you don't shoot it, then when you hit the bottom, you'll explode. Possibly. So yeah, we're going to have it so you can rotate in all 4 directions, and looking up, you're not really going to see much. Yeah, whether you can rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise or counterclockwise will determine once things get started. 0 rotation, and then the 3D camera will be the view inside the box. If it turns out that it doesn't look great with the 3D view, We can always turn it just into the 2D part of it, and then we'll just have like a long screen, portrait resolution, if you will, where we just have the game still playing, but it just shows the 2D view. David, how are you doing? Welcome in. I don't know why I missed that message. I don't know why Stanley... I don't know if Stanley did the announcement, I just missed it, or I was busy in the zone, or it didn't actually work. But welcome in, David. Good to see you. Okay, so that's the idea. And then at the bottom of the screen, so in this section here, going to be... I mean, effectively, we're going to have something like, let's create an empty and grid walls, and then we can duplicate this one here. This is very, very sketchy. It's going to look a lot different when we actually start doing the proper Jam project next week. All right, so what we can have is we can have this one over here. This is where it starts turning into, well, is this going to be better as an orthographic camera? The 2D grid camera, if we changed it from perspective to orthographic, it ends up looking like this. So we might do that. And then when we rotate the player cube on the Z-axis, it will look like this. So we'll likely do that. So that looks like it's 2D, even though we're actually using 3D objects. I'll leave that as is for now. Got the one of the walls over there. If we duplicate it, and then put one of the other walls over here. And then looking at the 2D grid camera, maybe change the... I don't think moving it, yeah, moving it's not going to have any difference. I thought there was a setting on the depth. With larger depth, until it becomes smaller depth. No, that's not it. Size, there it is. Okay. Hiding in plain view. Okay, so we can drag it out. It's not going to be exactly central because, like I say, we're not doing the jam game right now. We're just pre-jamming. Okay, so you'd have something like that. Maybe we need to bring the walls in a bit. And then maybe we'll have smaller cubes as well. And then we will duplicate that. And we will 90 on the Z. And we will drag it up, and then drag across, and then the scale. It's on the Y, and then we can duplicate that one. And drag it down to the bottom. All right, so something similar to that. I mean, maybe we don't even have top one because, you know, we're supposed to be falling into it. So and then we'll have the cube that comes in from the top, falls down like this, down to the bottom, and then as we're falling, you can do the rotation thing. So what we're going to do, rather than snap to each of the 90-degree turns, it's not going to go suddenly we're pointing down. It's not going to be like this and then suddenly ding, it's going to be like that. We're going to have a nice lerped slow rotation using probably do tween, which is my tweening asset of choice. And then we need to of this 3D look here. We need to get this 3D camera into the scene. Why is it not as easy as it should be? Camera with a larger depth is drawn on top. Camera with a smaller depth. So what's the depth of the 2D grid camera? That's 0. The 3D camera is minus 1.
And listen.
Thanks for the alert, Miss Adventures. Camera with a larger depth is drawn on top of a camera with a smaller depth. Okay, so the other camera is 0. This is minus 1. So really this needs to be 1. I think that's where the problem lies. Okay, so now we can see that one at the front. Now that should allow us to do a 0.5. And then a 5. All right, now we're cooking with Crisco, as they say. We should be able to... Maybe we need to go even smaller, because this is where it might need some changes to the screen layout. Because we can move it over here. 0.4, say. No, 0.4, 5. 4. Okay, and then 4.35. So we can have the camera there, but obviously, you know, got to fit in with the format that we have. So is it wrong thinking that a portrait view is going to be best and then splitting it down the middle? Would it be better having... landscape, sorry. Would it be better having a portrait view and then just having a shorter grid at the top and then the view at the bottom? We've got the depth set. This is a perspective camera, so field of view we can change. Let's see. How much we want to see from the box. And I guess really with it being a square area that we need to put it into, something like this. Okay, so that would give us the 3D view, and what we can see on the left is the 2D representation. We can see where the turret is pointing, and it's pointing at the wall, which is why when we look at the 3D view on the right hand side, you can see between the two turrets, and this is the side wall that we're seeing here. So just as a test, we've got background blue. Let's create some more materials. I'll call it wall red. I'll just duplicate that a couple of times. Wall yellow. And then one green. And then what we can do is make a green. And make a red. Oh, okay. We can make a red. And we can make a yellow. And then we can make yellow that shouldn't actually be a red. Okay, and what we can do now is the left wall turn red. Okay, so now we can see the left wall is red, and we can see that's the wall we can see through the 3D camera. The right wall will have green, and then the bottom tray, bottom wall we can have in yellow. All right, so I've got different colors now. So when we rotate the player cube, we go from -180 and see as we're rotating, and we look down, now see there's the yellow. As we continue rotating, there's the green. So the 3D view is working, it is looking where we need it to be. Okay, and the mechanic itself, I believe, will work okay. We can use similar shooting mechanics to what we used in Zombie Takedown previous game. Shooting won't be an issue. We just need to make sure that when there's a block that detects impact from a bullet, that it then moves in the correct direction. We just need to determine which side it's been hit from, and then move it accordingly. Oh, it's a pretty good cup of tea, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. That seems like it would work, and then the plan is that you would have another cube. We duplicate this one. And this cube is not going to have all the extra stuff. It's just going to be a cube. If we say this is player cube, and then this one, no. This one here is going to be, let's just say NPC cube, for the sake of argument. Been looking a while, so I missed it. Did you finally read my tweet? No, I did open X, and I think we got a raid, and so I was dragged back to the stream. I do have your page up still in my other browser. Let's have a look. So it seems like you're taking the same view as JD did, in that you don't want to do a birthday stream. You don't want to blow it out of proportion. You don't want people to show up and throw subs at you and bits and stuff because it's your birthday. So the reverse psychology is, I'm going to have a stream, going to be on my birthday, but it's not going to be a birthday stream. But if people just happen to show up and see that I've put in the title of the stream that it is my birthday, then they can do what they will. And that way, if it's if not many people show up, you can say, well, it wasn't a failed birthday stream because it was just a stream on my birthday. I mean, different people have different impressions of what a failed stream looks like. to me, I consider it a successful stream if anybody shows up, to be honest. You know, if there's somebody there that is here and says hi and, you know, is engaging, that for me is a success. If nobody shows up, so a normal stream. No, that is not a normal stream, TD. Because, you know, even if it's me and you shooting the breeze, I think you'll appreciate that I normally show up. Okay? Just saying. Just putting that out there. But that's why you publicise these things, right? That's why you market them in advance. That's why I've decided that my 1,000 follower celebration week of streams, Monday to Friday, are going to be on October the 6th. And I have bounced around in Photoshop for way too long trying to create a flyer for it because, you know, I'm not artistic. And so it makes it challenging. But I'm hoping in the next day or two, I'm going to have it ready that I can just throw it onto the socials and tell people in advance. And you know what? If people don't show up during that week, that's okay. It's not about raising funds. It's not about saying to people, hey, come here and celebrate my 1,000 followers by giving me all your money. It's just me trying to do some fun stuff that's just a little bit different. And hopefully when people see the flyer, they'll be like, yeah, it sounds like something that could be fun. You know, I might not show up every single day of the 5 days, but, you know, I'll show up at some point and say hi. That's good. Did you actually show up to JD's not birthday stream? I did. I just don't remember seeing you there, but then I didn't stay for the whole of the stream, so entirely possible you did show up and I just didn't see it. Harissa Mapon, how are you doing? Good to see you. How's your day going? Probably said hello. Okay. At some point. I'm hoping, Harissa, that you're having a fantastic Wednesday. Just jumping in for a moment on my lunch. Well, I appreciate you sparing the time because, you know, I get how valuable people's time is, especially if they're at work and, you know, they're on their lunch break. The fact that someone would go, do you know what, I'm on my lunch break, I'm going to say hi to Bit Gamey, that means a lot. The fact that you've done that. So I'm busy here at work, but pretty good. Good. And how's Minnie doing? Minnie doing okay? You enjoying the slightly cooler temperatures this week in your neck of the woods, which is not too far from my neck of the woods? I'm hoping at work you have AC, because, you know, I know some places don't, even in Texas. And, yeah, some places that do have AC, sometimes it's broken. Like, yeah, at Mrs. Gamey's work sometimes the AC is balked. And you like put a call in and go, hey, can you come out and fix this because it's 1,000,000 degrees and everybody's melting? And they're like, well, we're a bit backed up. You know, we'll get there as soon as we can. Can't guarantee it'll be today. And you're like, wait, what? Excuse me, what? Minnie is good, loving the cooler weather. Yes, we have AC. I'm on a computer all day. Me too. Take a ticket, Harissa. Yeah, I work from home. And so the good thing is I get to set my hours, which means I get to do nice streams like this and meet fantastic people like Harissa. You see? I mean, what are the chances, even though we live in the same state, that I would meet Harissa in the normal run of things, IRL? Pretty non-existent. But, you know, we both show up in people's streams that we like and we say hi. And, yeah, we're now friendos, I believe. So... yeah, there you go. I mean, Texas is so tiny, right, that you expect to know everybody in Texas. I actually went to Dollar General this morning, and when I was checking out, the lady that was serving me, she said, I hope this doesn't upset you, but can I just say that I like your accent? And I said, of course you can. That doesn't upset me. What upsets me is when people speak in absolutes and they say, so what part of Australia are you from? I love Australia. I love Australians, but I'm not from Australia. Okay? I would just like to point that out. So, yeah. That would be cool though. Yeah, maybe someday, Harissa. Maybe at TwitchCon, or maybe, you know, if we happen to be in the same closer neck of the woods, I can say hi to you and Minnie. So tiny. Yeah, Texas. I think, I mean, I could be wrong because I read it on the internet, but I think Texas is, if not the smallest state, definitely one of the smallest. Okay. I mean, you've got like small states like South Dakota, you've got Maine, but I think really, really tiny. In fact, so tiny they could barely fit the letters of the word Texas in there on a map. You might find Texas. Don't talk to strangers. There's your public service announcement for the day. And anybody that came in on the last raid, hello, strangers. Wait, no, that's not the way to go, is it? Hello, Doc. How you doing? Welcome in. We just said hi to Harissa. I believe you two are familiar with each other from a certain science stream, possibly, allegedly. No, he's from New Zealand. No, I'm from New Leland, I think is what you meant to say there, didn't you? Dukasoft, bit Aussie. How you doing, Dukasoft? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Indeed, I am familiar with Harissa. Yes. We all love Harissa. Hopefully the music's not too loud today. Sparky Pugwash was in here earlier saying, turn your music up, we can't hear it, turn it up. So I turned it up, and now it's blowing my ears off. And so that's why the cups of my headphones are mostly off. Sorry, Lodok, you tried. I mean, you gave it a good shot. Maybe it's because you're slightly distracted because you're making food. Maybe that's why it wasn't quite as successful a redemption. But, yeah, there it is. When's today? No, not when's today. It's Wednesday, Dukesoft. Yeah, words are hard. I think it sounds good. Sorry, it's blowing your ears off. I think what I need to do is I'm looking at replacing these anyway, these headphones. I need to get one with maybe a volume control on the cord. And that way it doesn't really matter what's coming through my headphones. I'll be able to turn it down a little bit. Yeah. So I do have some new bone induction, whatever you want to say, earphones here that I looked up, and apparently you can get 8 hours out of them. There they are. You can get 8 hours out of them on a full charge, so I might start using those on stream and see how we go, because they don't go in your ears, because they're called bone induction. They actually go through your bones, which sounds a bit weird if you're not familiar with the technology, but instead of putting them in your ears, they actually touch on the bones or on your skull, and then the sound is transmitted that way, which is a bit odd when you first start using them, because you can still hear everything like you're not wearing headphones, but you can still hear everything like you are. It's a little distracting, maybe. We talked about bongo cats earlier, Dukesoft. We had I tried to play Aperta, and then it did a different version, and I said, you know what? If Dukasoft was here, we'd have the Bongo Cats version. So yeah, you were spoken about in close quarters. I had some gaming headphones where the volume control was on the overnight. The earpiece. They now belong to Mini. Same with my computer. Not sure how that happened, but it did. Overhead. Oh, okay. It was on the overhead earpiece. Yeah. I think I probably need something with a separate control, or I might just try later today doing some testing on those. Bone induction, bone conduction. I've seen them referred to as both. Anyway, one of those two things. I might see how they are, because when I have these to the side, like pulled off my ears slightly, it's not so loud, and that's fine. And how much do I really need to hear anyway? I mean, I could. It's mostly for verification, isn't it? That I'm hearing things that need to be heard on the stream. I don't hear what you say. I read what you say. So, you know, really, I could just take these headphones off and just put them on the desk at the side of me. Do you really need headphones on to stream? I mean, they are over-ear earpiece. I need some earpiece. Exactly. P-E-A-C-E. Yeah. But you know what? Sometimes when subscribers come in, like Dukasoft, and do song requests, The songs are a lot better than this DMCA Twitch safe stuff that I play. So let's whiz on to the next track and see what was requested by Dugasoft. Oh, jeez. I'm a Barbie girl. Meow. Oh my goodness. I can only apologise. I have no control over how rogue subscribers go with their song requests. Peace Jeepers, I can't type today. No, that was the perfect. If it was a typo, that was the perfect typo. Earpiece. I need some earpiece. So I popped to another stream to say hi before I have to go back to work. Goodbye, Harissa. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the day. I hope work treats you well. And say hi to Minnie when you see her next. And I'll probably see you, I'm guessing, in Berlin's stream, which will be later on today. So, yeah, maybe catch up with you then. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you. It has been made considerably better today by your being here. So I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. I'll be there. All right, I'll be there too. I'll see you there later. Okay, it can be our secret. All right, so what were we talking about before? We were talking about, oh, Lodok, what food are you making? You know, it's all about the details. The devil's in the detail. If you're still about Lodok, I'm curious to find out what food you're making right now. And TD, I haven't even got a clue what you do. I mean, I don't really know what I'm doing most days, you know? So, like today, for example, you know, my schedule said, hey, come and join me. And I think the title says, come join me for some Rescue Ball. We're not doing Rescue Ball at the moment. We are pre-jamming. We're not doing the jam game for the Journ Jam, which starts in 4 days, 5 hours and 3 minutes, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. We are, in fact, pre-jamming, which means we are testing out some of the possible mechanics that might be used in the game. But are we going to keep this project for the actual jam? No, because you can't start the jam project before the jam starts. So everything we're doing right now might as well be on an Etch-a-Sketch that, you know, before the jam starts, we're going to turn it upside down, give it a good shake, and then there's going to be a blank canvas for the masterpiece that we're going to create for the jam. So you heard it here first. All right, now I feel like we probably need to do this because Dukasoft and TD both love iOS instead of Android. I think if we change that, they're going to be happy bunnies now. Dukasoft, what are you up to today? What have you been doing? Apart from booing the streamer, are you chilling like a villain? Are you working? Are you having a picnic in the park, reading a book by the lake, under a tree, while butterflies fly around you? No, I don't really know where that came from. And what sort of day have you had today, TD? Has it been a good day? Because I appreciate you're in the evening hours now. So just wonder how your Wednesday went, TD. Was it full of humps? With it being hump day? Did you do anything fun? Anything exciting? Anything you want to tell us about? You know, we're all ears or eyes. I'm tired of WordPress today. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So whereas the elephant squashes me, WordPress has been pressing on you, Dukasoft. So what do you do with WordPress specifically? Do you create websites? Am I right in thinking that's what WordPress is? I feel like I've seen WordPress templates for creating sites when I looked at redoing my website at bitgamey.com, which is long overdue. I don't even know if the copyright message says 2025 or 2024. That's how long overdue it is. I need to... I even bought a whiteboard. And I bought some post-it notes because I feel like it's not going to be a standard website look. So I need to like write down everything on post-it notes that I want to include. And then I need to kind of stick them on the whiteboard, and then I can annotate as well because it's a whiteboard. So, yeah, at some point I'm going to need to do that. I mean, we might do it one Sandbox Saturday, possibly. But anyway, for now, we're doing the pre-jamming. We've got 2 web shops running on top of WordPress. I'm maintaining those. Web shops. I guess that's one of the good things about my website when I redo it. There's not going to be any e-commerce functionality. So, yeah, that's going to make it not quite as challenging. Okay. So, this is looking very close to the kind of thing that I was seeing in my head. The colors are just for identification purposes, so that the 3D camera on the right hand side of the display here is looking at the right wall, facing in the right direction. So we'd have something like -180, and then it will rotate to like -90. Hang on. No, we're just rotating. Actually, you're rotating the cube there. That should be right. No, we've got that's the NPC cube, isn't it? Getting mixed up with my cubes now. So, yeah, the plan is we're going to have this cube over here, and let's make the cube red just so we can differentiate it. Actually, not red next to a red wall. That was smart, wasn't it? Let's make it yellow, shall we? Okay, so this is going to be one of the cubes. This is going to be falling down from the top. They're going to be generated
A man
at random.
walked into a bar with some asphalt on his arm. He said, 2 beers please, 1 for me and 1 for the road.
Thank you for that Bardi level joke, I've got to say. Yeah, if you use WordPress as a blog site as intended, then it's just fine. I mean, was WordPress created originally just as a blog site, like Blogger on Google, or Blogspot, whatever they call it? Or was it always intended to be used for creating websites? Because I would say that's quite impressive if it started off to just be for blogs, and then people are using it for websites as well. 2 beers. Okay, so the idea is these NPC cubes are going to spawn. They're going to be different cubes. I don't know how different yet, and I don't know what they're going to look like because it's going to depend on the theme. And they're going to fall down here and go thunk, thunk, just like that. They're going to fall at different speeds. And, well, let me rephrase that. They're going to fall at different speeds to the player cube. Now, whether they're all going to fall at the same speed, but just be faster than the player cube, I'm not sure yet. But the idea is this is going to be falling. The player is going to be falling slowly. And then when the cube, the yellow cube is, say, here, the player is going to press the fire button and go boom. And then either the NPC cube is going to go boom and be taken out of the scene, or it might change designs. If we're going to have like a match 3 type game and it's falling down and there's already 2 blocks with a certain design on, this one's falling down with a different design, and you're like, hang on a minute, that's going to be 2 + 1. That's not going to be a match 3. You shoot it, change it to the same design as the 2 blocks down here, and then when it joins match 3, ding, possibly that. Or as we said earlier, if it's the man versus nature theme, then we could go one step further and have it where you can shoot certain blocks that might have like a butterfly in, and then the butterfly will fly away once you shoot the block. And also another option is that when you shoot the block, it could just move it over. So there's going to be predefined columns. So in this instance, 1, 2, 3, 4, say 5 columns. And the yellow NPC block is in column 2. So it's coming down like this. And then the player goes boom and shoots it. And then it goes chunk and it moves across to column 1. and then keeps falling down. And then maybe that would help with the match 3. You had 2 blocks, say here, laying on the bottom already. So it's going to be, I think I'm going to start it off at a certain speed. As it progresses, I think I need to speed it up. And then I think it's going to be the case like a match 3. It's going to be kind of a match 3, going to have certain elements of Tetris, as in, you know, in Tetris when you join certain colors together, or if you make solid lines and they disappear. So it is going to kind of build up the screen, and it's going to be on you to try and do the match 3. I don't even know what really to call it, because a standard match 3 doesn't really work like this, does it? I mean, if you play something like Candy Crush, I guess it does. I mean, in Candy Crush, the things come down from the top, right? And then when you join them together and they explode, then the blocks fall further down. So the blocks will definitely need to have gravity. That's going to save me a lot of headaches. We're definitely going to need to lock down some of the constraints so that they're not kind of falling all over the place like toy blocks thrown into a toy box. Toy blocks thrown into a toy box. That's an interesting phrase. It was originally created as a tool to publish blogs, according to Wiki. Can I introduce you to Drupal commerce? Is that something you're familiar with, Dukesoft? Is that, I mean, for me, that's like, shum. I'm sure it's probably not quite so shum for Dukesoft. As much as I love these incense sticks, they do produce a lot more smoke than the other ones, and they do smell great, but also they get down you a little bit, so there is that. All right, let me have a look at the notifications for Twitch, since we're going to be doing the Raidy Raid thing soon. Drupal is the CMS I work with. Centauro made the commerce modules for it to make it useful as a storefront. So again, not really something that I would use if I had no e-commerce on my website, other than a possible link to my fourth wall page, which obviously anything there will just link off-site, so, and then won't have to worry about. 4 days, 4 hours, and 52 of your Earth minutes to go till the Churn Jam starts. Okay, so I feel like the approach I'm going to take, and I don't know if I have it open currently. Yes, I do. Game Jam's text file. Okay, so I feel like the steps I'm going to take are, firstly, create walls. Next, create player block. Add control script. So 2D side, we're going to create walls, we're going to create the player block, we're going to add controller script. We can rotate it, add controller script, including rotation and firing. Add gravity to player. You need to spawn NPC blocks from spawn random NPC blocks from list / array. Nope, if you're not selling products, you don't need to worry about anything like that. Excellent. Have a look. Thank you. I'll admit I'm a little biased. Are you, I mean, I don't really think it's considered being biased if it's something that you use and you enjoy and you can sell the merits of. I think if you created Drupal, or if you were recommending it because somebody else likes it, then I think you might be able to say, well, you're biased. Or if obviously you were being paid to market it. However, I don't think if it's something you use and it's worked well for you and you feel you can recommend it to others, I don't feel like that's biased. I think that's an unbiased opinion. Just my 2 cents. All right, add gravity to player, spawn random NPC blocks from list array. And then we need to add NPC script detecting bullet / other blocks / bottom wall collisions. Detect match 3. We spawn random blocks. Okay, and then we need to change blocks when hit. So change / destroy blocks when hit. Detect match 3 situations. What else do we need to do? I know what we need to do. We need to run to the rest room because we've had too much coffee and tea. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Alrighty, so on the 2D side, we're going to look at creating the walls, creating the player block, adding a controller script, including rotation and firing, adding gravity to the player, spawning random NPC blocks from a list or array, add NPC script, detecting a lot of smoke right now, detecting bullet, other blocks, bottom wall collisions, change, destroy blocks when hit, detect match 3 situations. Okay, what else would we need? I don't think we need a countdown clock. I don't think we're going to have a countdown to a level, I think. Create UI. Create win. Lose conditions. Create main menu. Settings menu. Add music and sound effects. I find I work better from lists. I think that might be where I went wrong with Zombie Takedown and why it was kind of such a crunch up until the last minute, because I didn't have like, okay, do this, done, okay, do this, done, and I didn't actually have a list to work through. So I think doing this before we start is going to be definitely beneficial into making progress. It also gives us a checklist to work from on stream. So like, oh, create walls, okay, we've done that. Create player block, okay, done that. I mean, even down to the point of we have something for a new project, and then we're going to have things like, it's not going to be a complicated camera system, so we don't need Cinemachine. We're not going to have any like cutscene type stuff, so we're not going to need timeline. We are going to need audio preview. We are going to need do tween. We are going to need we're going to need a lot of assets. We're going to need some UI assets. We're going to need assets for blocks. We're going to need to add to those assets with possible tower defense guns or turrets to go on to the blocks. We're also going to need graphics for the UI. I need to decide how the main menu is going to look. I need some graphics on there. Lots of graphics, none of them using generative AI. But yeah, that won't be fun as far as the new project goes. So are we going with URP or are we going with built-in? I mean, the render pipeline can change later, but that's the kind of thing that, same as naming the project, I like to have squared away before things start. What else do we need? Audio preview, do tween, sound scripts. Easy commands, of course, my own asset we have in every project because it helps. Anything else we're going to need to add in? I think really we need to go URP, because if this does turn out as well as I'm hoping, we can maybe turn it into a mobile title. That's going to be made a lot easier in the universal render pipeline than if we have a burp project and we've got to optimize everything after a PC release. So let's say new URP project. Which version of Unity? Do we go new and say, okay, well, let's use 6? Do we say, let's go with tried and trusted and go 2022? I think since we're on a time crunch and I really don't want to hit any engine specific issues, like anything wrong with Unity 6, we'll probably go tried and trusted. I believe, let me check the version that we used for Zombie Takedown on. I think it was 2022. Yeah, 2022 for Zombie Takedown, and also we're using the same version for Rescue Ball. So I think we're going to say new 2022 URP project. All right. So we know the version of Unity we'll be using. We know the render pipeline we'll be using. We've decided on the assets which we have in every project, like audio preview and do tween. We have a list of things we're going to do in the order we're going to do them. It's not necessarily an exhaustive list. I'm probably going to think of other things, or other things will come up while we're working on it. What I want to do really is, when the jam starts in 4 days and 4 hours, I want to hit the ground running. I want to make sure I've got a good handle on what we're doing. I even have possible block assets already in mind, depending on what the theme is. Maybe the 3D part of it, maybe that needs to be feature creep. Maybe we just work on like the left side of this screen. Maybe we just work on this 2D portion, and then if things go fantastically well and it looks great, then maybe we can. It's easy enough just to add another camera and introduce this later on. Oh, another thing we need to import is for particle systems. So add audio preview, add do tween, add sounds, add easy commands, add post-processing, guest, I think it is, the developer that has my post-processing profiles, which would be UPS post-processing. Dang it, what did I just say? I just said something and now I've forgotten it. What else do we need to add in? Audio preview, do tween, sound scripts, easy commands, UPS post-processing. Yep, UPS, URP. What else do we have? We have in other projects. Got camera play for effects, but they never did release a URP version, did they? So that's not the equation if we're going to have a URP project. Possible assets to use. So I've got Cube World Puzzle Starter Kit and Cubicos 3D Cube World. Possible cubes. And I'm forgetting something, and I know I just said something, and then when I went to put it in, I thought of something else and put that, and then forgot the first thing. That's going to annoy me now. Was it? Particle systems. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look in the store. Show browser. Now, in said browser, duplicate this. Some examples of particle system packages we have. So we know Jean Marino always has good packages. We've got their free package and also their newer one, which I think is actually going to be, we're going to get to use some of the particle systems we haven't used in other projects just because they haven't fitted. And some of the particle systems even have words overlaid like boom. Search for JMO. There we go, Jean Marino. Sort by price. So look at these war effects. Mine specifically says war in the title, but I feel like I've used some of them in other projects. War related. Wood, metal, concrete, sand, dirt. Yeah, maybe not. That's going to be a best fit. Cartoon is a better fit. So we'll have that one. And then this one. And particle system packages. So that package there was FX Remaster for free. And then this one here, Cartoon FX Remaster. That's under VFX Particles. AAA stylized projectiles. Let's just. This is, I've mentioned it to Unity before, and by mentioned it to Unity, I mean made a tweet and tagged them. This is great, hide purchased assets. So if you're looking for something and you haven't found what you want in your own assets, you can just hide them, and so that you can only see what's left to buy. But also they need a show only purchased assets, because like now, I'm looking in this category, VFX Particles, I just want to see the ones I own to look through them. I shouldn't have to look through 2,102 results and then just have to try and find ones that say purchased and are grayed out so that I can see which ones I might want to use. I mean, I could go to my assets and try and drill down that way, but now why should I have to go to all that hassle? I could just go click, just click on a checkbox. We'll look at these, see if there's anything in Marvel's stylized projectiles that we could use. I mean, possibly we could use this for the firing with the bullet. Yeah, possibly. We'll copy that URL. Stylized projectiles. Do we have anything else from Marvel Studio, this asset developer, that might fit? Let's have a look. Price. Magic effects. I don't know. I didn't see anything in there that might be a good fit. Procedural fire. There's not going to be any fire in the game. Do you own any other novel assets? Magic swords, VFX. Not going to be any swords, so maybe not. Realistic explosions, no. I'm looking for more cartoony, stylized stuff. Circles and shields, character auras. I mean, could be an aura around the cube, maybe. No. Spells. Nope. A bit too realistic, these. I'm looking for more cartoony Candy Crush style, I guess. Eesh! Wait, did the fish break again? Tell me the fish didn't break again. Fish broke on the starting scene today, Dukesoft. I had to go in and re-authenticate my account with Twitch. That would connect. And now, for some reason, suddenly stopped working again. Logged in, so it's not that this time. Go fish yourself. That's what I want to say to the developer sometimes. Let's close it out. We're almost done anyway, but you know what? Some people just want to get in some last minute fishing before we raid out, so we like to please the peoples. Especially if the peoples happen to be mods as well, you know, I don't want them banning me. Meanwhile, here's a drop. Shh. There we go. Woosa fixed it. Everybody getting the fishing in now. What's Woosa going to catch? A rare orange spotted spinefoot. Look at you, Woosa. I mean, considering it's rare, it didn't seem to give you that much gold, but probably better than the rusty bike that I'm probably about to catch. Please don't catch a cold. See, you get PSAs here as well. Public service announcements. Uncommon. Boy. Again, it's uncommon, which means it's not that popular, and yet not much gold. Here we go. Dukesoft's going to show us how to do it now. Probably catches a tiara or something for 3 million gold. And it is... What? What are the chances that you catch a gold crown, Dukesoft, when I say about you catching a tiara? Come on now. What can I tell you? I have more than 70k at this fish game on another channel. Played it a lot. That explains why you're so good at it then, Woosa. Yeah. Oh, 90.07. Look at that. It's a pretty good drop there, Anders. Okay. I'll close that out. Do we want to look through 2,102 assets? No, we do not. Let's see if we can drill down even further. VFX, particles. We don't want spells. We don't want fires and explosions. So I guess environment? Fly particle system. I don't think we want any flies in the game. All right, let's take a different approach. Let's go to my assets and see if we can drill down through VFX and do it that way. Categories, VFX, particles. If we do it this way, a lot more than, or a lot less, should I say, than 2,102 to look through. 113, and then we can set it to be 100 per page, which gives us 100 assets plus, unlucky for some, 13. So we should be able to whiz through these pretty quick. Stylized projectiles, we already captured that. Magic circles, no. Master stylized VFX. So whooshes, swooshes, yeah, no. Water effect, neutron star, clouds, VFX graph. Tyndall, you were just being talked about earlier by Dukasoft. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Zelda is very cute. She must be hungry. You should probably go feed her if she's hungry. I mean, we all know that she's very cute. That's stating the obvious, but you know, if she's hungry, I find that's the best time to feed your animals, when they're hungry. Otherwise, you might just pick at it. I don't think we shouted Dukesoft yet. Shout Dukesoft, and then the mighty Tyndall. That might be a good idea, yeah. Sometimes I have them. Not very often, but yeah, occasionally. I do like your profile picture, Dukesoft, that drone in the clouds. Dukesoft saying nice things or evil things? I'm guessing nice. Duka is nice. Duka is nice. Yeah, we were just talking about WordPress and the original intention of WordPress being for blogs and is now used for websites. And now we started talking about
dark mode for 5 minutes.
Dark mode. We started talking about e-commerce on websites. And when I redo my website, my e-commerce is just going to be pretty much fourth wall, so it's a link to offsite. And then Dukasoft was saying that, I think he said he wants an e-shop like you have or something. I don't know. I must admit, when it comes to talking about web dev stuff, since most of it goes over my head, I'm like, yeah, okay, well, whatever they just said is great. Didn't understand it, but. All right, so at the moment we are just, we're going to wrap up very shortly. We're just looking at some particle systems to see what might be able to be used in the Journ Jam game. There we go, Tyndall. Dukasoft, tell Tyndall what you were saying about Tyndall earlier, something about his eShop, possibly, allegedly. All right, VFX graph, stylized fire, interactive dissolve effects. We don't really want any dissolving. Jiggly bubbly free, explosions, checkpoint, more projectiles, fire attack, fireworks effect. I mean, possibly we might be able to use that. Let's view full details in another tab, and then we'll take the URL of that as a possibly, potentially usable asset in the jam. Okay, and then we will add that URL in there. So I wouldn't mind making my own web shop like Tyndall does, but that kind of project takes a huge amount of time. There it is. Told you we're talking about you, Tyndall. It's all good stuff. As you know, Tyndall is good people. Quite catchy for a free song. Fly particles, don't need those. Slash barrage wave VFX. That sounds quite elaborate. Yeah, these just look like different comets circling towards Earth, don't they? Maybe not, or maybe like not do that one. Free quick effects. Gabriel Aguiar is a fantastic creator of particle systems. Free quick effects. Use any of his quick effects? Maybe. All right, let's grab the URL of that one and put it in the possibly potentially list. Close that out. Over here, possibly that one. This is, I find, where you can save time pre-jam by pre-jamming, by looking up certain assets, because all this time I'm taking to do this now, we did this when the clock's running and the jam started. Not the best plan. Ultimate Loot VFX. Some interesting possible effects we could use, actually. And it's going on flash deal in 4 days, but I already own it, so it's the fact it's going on sale is irrelevant. Elephant. Irrelevant elephant. Maybe that's used to be a game title. That's a possible potential. That's not really much, is it? It's probably what's been deprecated. VFX particles bottle. I don't think we really need that. Have a look. Going to keep doing the same thing with different colours. I think it is. Yeah, it is free though, so you know you can't knock it free. Candle VFX. Nope. VFX ERP. Oh, I like ERP. I don't know, I quite like the idea of a candle being used as a timer. So if there was like a certain amount of time that you had to get a combo, maybe of a candle burning down. Take that as a possible, especially since it's specifically for URP and we're going to be doing a URP project. 100 best effects pack that is free. Now looking at that, I'd say probably not best effects. Maybe 7 years ago when the pack was released, but so they have updated it. Early effect, lightning. Poison. Still going to say no. Magic shield bubbles. Some of these, if they're not actually ready-made for the universal render pipeline, we might have too much fun trying to get them working, converting materials and stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be a case of, they say, suck it and see once the jam starts. See what we need. Actually, what did we just look at? Magic shield bubbles. This might actually work for rescue ball. There's like a power up or something. You can have an effect around the ball. Leave that open in a separate tab. Super confetti. 3 stars of confetti and 8 different themes. Extra bonus effects. Archonor does have some good effects normally. That could be an effect possibly when we shoot a brick if we go for the destroy option. Super confetti. Didn't know that confetti could be a superhero, did you? All heroes wear capes. One of them wear confetti. Close that. Leave that open over here. Over to here. Basic fireworks. No. Fire. No. Missiles and explosions. No. Plasma particles. Swords. Grass. Jet engine effect. Did that do that? 2D jet engine effect. Yeah, it's not really what I'm looking for. Realistic explosions, fire and explosions, farming game, inferno fire, magic effects free, magical pro effects, lightning electricity, RPG VFX bundle. Again, these might be a bit too realistic. I'm going cartoony. Fire, hit VFX mega pack. Nope. Fire, smoke effects, sci-fi arsenal, particle system, pro effects, black mage, work. Action RPG. Stick. There's fire, spells. $60 spells pack. Again, they're all realistic style looking at these. Snow, cartoon effects we already imported, already flagged. 10 effects. Rain, flare, dust, warp drive, snow. Nope. Toon effects, given we're going for a toon style, I think that is definitely in the running. That's probably almost definitely going to be included. Can take that. I'm going to put that fairly near the top. All right, Magic VFX, Pixel Weather, Article Collection, Blurred Cartoon FX, Free Pack. Like it's more of a tutorial than a demonstration. Go back to that again. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in there. Well, I don't know actually. We go back and we look at the firing. This one here could potentially be bullets in the game. Okay. That is a possible. Hmm. 3D Games Effects Pack 3. Alright. We have a nice little video that would be nice instead of seeing static 3D Games Effects bundle. Take a look at my store. So this is mostly an ad then, is it? I would say one of the few types where you really need a video would be effects. I mean, maybe they have a link to a WebGL demo or something. My WebGL website, look at that. Well, getting an error as soon as we get to the website. Good luck. Let's have a look. We can see the effects. I'll be happy. Use directional keys to move plus mouse. So where are the effects then? Oh, I guess down here. There's a rotating box. More boxes. Glass. Just a glass shader. Possibly. Oh, hi. Oh, mostly rotating boxes. Failing. I read that as falling to start with. I thought falling unit tests. I mean, you just trip over or something, but failing makes much more sense. All right, well, I think as far as demonstrations go, this is like they tried too hard to make a 3D scene. It says click, I'm clicking, it's not really doing a lot. Move mouse, click inside the viewport. Yeah. Touch screen. Actually not doing anything. Alright, this is terrible. Spend any more time on that. Yeah, I'm not immediately seeing anything in this picture that could be used, so we'll close that out. You didn't lose twice, surely, Dukasoft, did you?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
So that should actually, that audio clip should come in a bit quicker now. For some reason, I had a 3-second delay on it. So it was like, okay, it's detected that you've said the word surely. So now we're going to wait 3 seconds and then we're going to put it in there. No, go away, shoot. Thanks, Dukesoft. See how it is. I feel like I'm talking trash. Alright, let's whiz through these because nearly 2 PM for me and I have places to go, people to see, allegedly. Let's wrap this up real quick. Magic Aura Skill VFX. Video unavailable. This video is private. That's great. Let's post a YouTube video on our asset page and then we'll make it private so that when we're trying to sell something to people, they can't actually see it in action. What a fantastic marketing skill that is. Again, these are realistic. I was looking for more cartoony, so I'm gonna say no. Fantasy effect. New. Ultima Casual VFX. Possible for blocks being broken. It looks like given the counter at the top of this video screen, top left, there's 20.
Why did the coffee file a police report? It got mugged.
Haha! What a coincidence that is. You do get the irony of that joke being made by the bot when you redeemed it, right, Dukesoft? About being mugged. What are the chances of Dukesoft getting that joke? No, I'm trying to cut down on coffee. I'm doing pretty good. I think I've had like 3 today, which is good for me. And a cup of tea, which is quite delicious. I'm not sure about this. This just seems like it's one effect, and then they just keep putting different colours on it. So I'm going to say no on that one. Low poly particle pack. Yeah, it's a bit too low poly. Particle effects, too realistic. Neon line particle effects, too realistic. Particle ribbon, plasma ball, no. Cartoon particles, now deprecated. Yeah, I don't think any of these would work. Remaster, already got that. Voxel World. Basic beam shot. Nope. Fork particle variety pack. Nope. Realistic again. Bats Simple FX cartoon pack from Cinti. New 80 different game effects. That's just deprecated by the look of it. It's weird. It doesn't say deprecated on it. When you open up the link, it also won't let you open the Open in Unity button, which is weird. View full details. Oh look, it's no longer available, yet it doesn't show in the list as deprecated. So potentially we could click the Open in Unity button there. We should still be able to have access to it. Let's just try that and see if it does open in Unity or if Unity is in fact like, nope, sorry, it's not available at all anymore. That's why it doesn't even say deprecated. Unfortunately, this package is no longer available, so you can't even download it even if you had it previously, which you usually can. Alright, so moving on from that, advanced normal mapped particles. Smoke effect, match the environment. Alright, not this time. Rainmaker. Alright, so the last page is going to be the last 13. water, lightning, magic spells, fire, confetti, elemental, nature effects, fire and spell, legacy particle, sky effects, cube space, mezzanix, and confetti. Alright, so I think we have all the packs that we are potentially going to use. Let's have a look. Let's see, we're going to show love to today. Who can we raid out to? Which one of our friendos is on that we have not raided out to before? Let me jump back to my hidden Discord channel for raid targets. Let's see. The last people we raided in reverse order was Cutie Kitty, Ira Dev, Bardi, Dotson, Tamart, Red Cabin, Lint, Anna, JD, Errand, Smikes we raided on the 13th of August, so 4 weeks ago. Temptic. Have we raided Temptic? Let me look back through my targets. We have not raided Temptic yet, so we're going to today. In fact, raid on over to Temptic 404. Now 404 is usually found or not found. I think Temptic is going to be found by us today. They have been streaming for a little over 2 hours. I don't see any indication that they are raiding out. So we're going to head on over to the stream ending scene. Big thanks as always to the lovely trio of mods that we have here. I think we saw Jern today. We did see Berlin earlier and Dukasoft more recently. So let's go ahead and kick off that raid so we can finish up today. Bruce, how you doing? You just came in time, just in time for the extra channel points for the raid train. I'm going to raid out to Temptic 404 today, who is normally does game dev, but is actually playing down to jam entries today. So we might get to see some games that people have created. We're going to go over there and spread some game dev love. The raid messages are there. First one for subscribers, second one for non-subscribers. And yeah, I'll be back on Friday, as it says there, 9:30 AM Central Time in my usual slot. Hopefully see you then. Thanks everybody that dropped by today. Thank you to Cosmo Quest for the raid. Thank you Nerduino also for the raid. And yeah, we're going to do some more on Friday. We're going to do some more pre-jamming before the Jern Jam starts on Sunday. So hopefully you can join me then. In the meantime, we're going to head on over to Temptic 404 and take a look at some of the jam games they're playing today. So appreciate everybody stopping by today. And thanks to Ice Bear Bear for the gift sub to Tatum. And I'll see you next time. Thanks everybody.